Madam President, are you ready for roll call? Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez DeLucia. Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. Board members, with a quorum present, it is 6:16 p.m. and I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We will now move to our opening ceremony. Yep, I want to make sure I got that right. Our opening ceremony, Pledge of Allegiance. This evening, leading us in our Pledge of Allegiance will be Cadet Seaman Dana Geraldo, of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School, and will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Candidate Geraldo is senior and second-year cadet. She is an international student who moved to the United States from her home country of Colombia, South America, 2 years ago. Cadet Geraldo has fully immersed herself and embraced the educational opportunities available to her. She is an integral member of the NJROTC Lone Star Bandits, unarmed drill team, and serves her platoon as the platoon guide. Cadet Geraldo recently earned designation as a Cadet of the Month for the month of January 2021. The Cadet of the Month Award recognizes cadets who have demonstrated loyalty, reliability, patriotism, and exceptional performance of duty. Cadet Geraldo's exceptional performance of duty reflected most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, her school, and the district. Well done. Will you please join me and stand as we do our pledge?
Will you please join me reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag and pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
We will now move to the next part of our agenda, the recognitions.
Leander ISD is proud to recognize these outstanding students for their accomplishments at the highest level of athletic competition. At the State UIL State Swimming and Diving Championships, a pair of LISD swimmers notched multiple podium finishes. Cedar Park High School's Thomas Wu claimed the state championship in the 100-meter breaststroke and finished as a state runner-up in the 100-meter butterfly. Rouse High School's Zach Ban earned a silver medal in the 200-meter individual medley and a bronze medal in the 100-meter backstroke. Leander ISD was well represented at the Class 5A state basketball tournament. The Cedar Park girls made their first trip to state as memorable as it gets, storming to a championship by virtue of a 46-39 win over defending champion Frisco Liberty. The Timberwolves capped off a 27-1 season with 25 straight victories. On the boys' side, Glenn High School made history of its own, earning a medal in its first ever trip to the state tournament. The district's newest high school set the bar high, featuring 7 all-district 25 5A honorees, on its way to a record of 23 wins against just 5 losses. Another year, another accolade for the Cedar Park High School cheerleading squad. The 2-time UIL state champions finished their season by earning a national championship at the NCAA Nationals. Congratulations to these talented, dedicated students and their equally outstanding coaches and support staff.
That's tremendous. All right, board members, we're going to need to take a few things out of order. We have a tremendous amount of citizens who have signed up for citizen comments this evening. We have over 40 citizens that have signed up to speak. We also have a closed session that we need to conduct with our board attorney. Given the importance of both of these items, they will be up top, but we want to take citizen comments first. We will start with our speakers. We're going to be doing them in a panel, so we're going to call them up 3 at a time. Due to the number of speakers and the length of time and our desire to conduct all of our board business this evening, we will be reducing speaker time to 1.5 minutes, as we previously discussed. Let me get to the part of the agenda, though, where I read the entry of the script. Please note that this format for citizen comments is not back and forth, so it's not conversational. We ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name or to an individual board member. You're speaking to the whole board. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. You will have up to 1.5 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and we'll hear a chime when your time is up. In an effort to help us hear your remarks, please make every effort to conclude your remarks on or before that time. And if you're speaking on an agenda item tonight, which I believe many of you are, first of all, we are speaking on that later this evening, so we'll hope you'll either tune in or follow up on those discussions. We want to inform you. Also, please confirm or tell us what is causing you concern or the solution you have that you want to address. Without further ado, we will go ahead and start with our first 3 speakers for this evening. We have Amanda Davies, Kate Ringer, and Sherry Richmond. Thank you for joining us. Amanda, if you're ready, you can begin. There's a button down at the bottom of your microphone. If you'll notice, there's like a little face with the little microphone there. Just press that when you're ready to begin speaking.
I'm Amanda Davies, and I teach at Glenn. Tonight, I will be using my voice to read a letter written by one of my senior students in response to the current book banning situation. This is their letter. As a Black, bisexual adolescent with immigrant parents growing up in a predominantly white town, I never had the representation or opportunity to read books and connect with the stories of people who look like me and understand my culture and experiences. The introduction of books more focused on the lives and experiences of people of color and those in the LGBTQ+ community has been important not only for me, but every student in school. Just because there aren't as many students who aren't white, cisgender, and heterosexual doesn't mean that their stories don't need to be heard because they're the minority. Reading books based on other cultures and discussing the nuances in class is so important to create a unified society that's both educated and more open-minded. It's absolutely not fair to cast away these books because they might make you feel uncomfortable to be faced with your past or current ignorance. The people you are reading these books about can't close a book and not deal with it anymore. They have to live through it. As I live in Leander, I experience discrimination and hear about it all the time. To hear that books are trying to be suppressed about stories of people like me is so disappointing. School is supposed to be about education and broadening one's worldview to be ready for adult life. If we don't teach our students the nuances of people's experiences other than society's sugar-coated norms, it will lead to discrimination in the future with students' career choice and life in general. It is wrong to suppress a minority community's voice because the majority doesn't want to acknowledge the real-life struggles and stories of these people. It's 2021, not the 1960s, and at some point we will have to realize that literature isn't just for white, cisgender, heterosexual people. Literature is for every story to be heard, and finally, after so many years, these minorities are getting their chance at representation that was virtually non-existent in the past. Do better for the future of your children to be more open-minded, accepting, and not blissfully ignorant to the struggles of their peers in America.
Excellent. Thank you, Amanda. Kate?
Hello, my name is Kate Ringer, and I teach English 4 at Glenn High School. I want to share my seniors' responses to the book club books that they chose. Last year, I had a student, a hesitant learner with dyslexia, finish Dear Martin in 3 days, reading as he walked through the halls, reading through his other classes, unable to put his book down even when his math teacher asked him to focus on the day's assignment. He went on to read 2 other books during the 6-week unit. Another student informed me at the beginning of the cycle that she had never read a book and she never would. Then, 2 weeks into the pandemic and the school cancellation, she sent me the following email. Hey, so I finished The Hate You Give, the first book I have ever finished. And on top of that, I started a 5-book series and have already finished the first 2 books, and I'm going to start the 3rd book soon. So you got me to read. Yay. These student experiences are not unique. Of the 123 students that responded to an anonymous survey that I conducted, every single student said they thought their book was interesting or they liked it. They're reading and they're enjoying the books that they're reading. Do you know how special that is? When you remove books from the curriculum, you are robbing our students of their opportunity to discover the joy of reading. I am asking you to stop removing titles from the curriculum immediately and to restore the titles that have already been removed or paused. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Sherry?
Good evening. My name is Sherry Richmond, and I have been an English educator for over 9 years. I have a degree in English literature and a degree in secondary education. To start, I believe you would be hard-pressed to find an English educator in this district who would not willingly work with students and parents to find a good fit when it comes to their reading. Parents need to recognize the partnership we teachers seek in making sure we can educate all children. To the parents who are concerned, simply talk with us. We are here to help, as we want nothing but the best for your child. This new curriculum is merely offering our students choice. It is a chance for students to decide what they want to read, a chance to no longer have a teacher decide for them. Because if students are not engaged with their reading, then they aren't engaged with their learning. Students can't get excited to read when all they are presented with are people who would have never fathomed the future they live in. This curriculum finally has students reading and excited to pick up the next book. All we want is to provide choice. We want to provide choice to our LGBTQ+ students, a choice to see what love and relationships can look like beyond the heterosexual viewpoint. We want to provide a choice for our Black students to see themselves beyond the pain of the past and see what their future holds. We want to provide a choice for our Brown, Indigenous, and Asian students to be able to have more than a singular author be the voice of experience. We want our differently abled and neurodivergent students to have a choice to see themselves as more than people to be locked up. And we want to provide these choices so all students can see how others live and learn to be more empathetic. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Amanda, Kate, and Sherry. Next up will be Rachel, Jarna, and Jessica. And there's a microphone button at the end of y'all's speakers. Just press that when you are ready to speak. And we can start with Rachel when you're ready to begin.
Is that what I'm supposed to press? Okay, cool. So my name's Rachel Levitt, and I'm a sophomore at Vista Ridge. And I'm not new to speaking at all, but I'm really happy that you guys are letting me speak again tonight. I don't want to take too much time because I know there's like a ton of people speaking, but I just kind of want to say thank you to Dr. Gehring and just to all of you. Recently, you guys have been repeatedly criticized for books, even though they've been pulled and like plans are in place. And I've watched meetings and have been kind of shocked by what people have said as like full-grown adults. But you guys have also seen a lot of hate and anger, even though you guys are following safety protocols and trying to keep everyone safe and using what the CDC says and even everything like that. And I'm really here to say sorry. Many adults have sat here and just berated you guys and told you all the things you've done wrong and nothing that you've done right. And I'm a student, I'm 16, and I'm here to support you. You guys are responsible for a lot. You guys are the reason why I get to go to Vista every day and why I'm so happy because of school. But with the process of the board, you have to be patient and trusting and understand that things take time and that things that happen with the board are not overnight, unless they are, but probably not. But this year has been so scary and the work will probably continue to be hard on you guys. And I know there's like 40 people speaking after me, but it's okay. But it's been hard hearing people beat you up. And I'm glad that you guys are doing good and I hope that you're happy.
Thank you.
Rachel, thank you for your advocacy and your affirmations. Jarna?
Okay, I am a senior at Leander High School, and in regards to agenda item 9A2 and a book review given for you guys of the same book a few weeks ago, I wanted to give my own review. My review might be a little less interesting since I didn't bring a strap-on dildo, but I'll do my best to keep your attention. As a senior in the district who has actually read In the Dream House by Carmen Maria Machado, I find it frankly disturbing that anyone who claims to have read this memoir could categorize it as a romance novel. This memoir is Machado's account of her abusive queer relationship. Along with her personal experiences, she includes court cases and legislation, mostly about other women abused by women. And as a whole, the book calls on society to be more truly accepting. There are brief mentions of sex throughout. However, an important qualifier of pornography is that it is intended to stimulate erotic feelings. Never do these scenes serve to do this, and those who call these scenes pornography entirely miss the point. Of course, a line must be drawn when it comes to certain content, but I fail to see why it's drawn here at Own Voices Stories, discussing hard-hitting, relevant issues that could easily affect students. Members of groups that are not represented fairly in books written centuries ago have gone their whole lives sitting in classes where their identities are debated by peers and disparaged by the literature they're forced to read. When this district has finally taken steps to allow those students to feel respected, they've been immediately retracted in response to bigotry presented by some parents and groups in this district. I understand that books presented by schools must be vetted, but I urge that this process is done fairly and that the beliefs of other parents aren't affecting what I am allowed to read. I further urge that, especially for books like In the Dream House that are meant for 17 and 18-year-olds, that the context is taken into account. Thank you.
Jarna, again, thank you. We appreciate our students' advocacy. All right, Jessica?
Tonight I'm here to talk about the dangers of a single story and the dangers of shame. 15 of the 22 books that have been removed, paused, or are currently being challenged are written by women. These stories shine a light on the harassment, abuse, and assaults that far too many women have faced in their lives. This is important work because for too long we have hidden these stories in dark corners where we don't talk about it. The sense of shame and embarrassment is borne by girls and women when they have in fact done nothing wrong, when they are the victims. In her famous TED Talk, author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie talks of the dangers of a single story. When we don't read or hear about diverse stories, we fall under false assumptions that there is only one kind of experience for groups of people. Sadly, this can often be the case with victims. In my case, it took me 4 years, around the ages of 12 to 16, to tell my mom about the abuse I was enduring from my dad, because it didn't match the sort of after-school special stories that I saw that were sanitized for young viewers. Those stories where you never really know what's happening behind that door, just that it's so bad that it causes the child to act out, fail in academics, cry uncontrollably. I thought whatever it was must be much worse than what I was enduring because I wasn't reacting the same way. I also thought, wrongly, if what was happening to me was that bad, then I should feel some sense of shame for letting it happen. We can't ask our children, friends, and family who have been victimized to come forward and tell their stories and then say, wait, not that part. That part makes people feel uncomfortable. Many of the things that have been read here, people are taking out of context because of the discomfort it gives us. But we cannot do that. We cannot shame victims over and over again. We must tell the stories that matter. Stories matter. Many stories matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. All right. Our next three witnesses will be Monica, Sarah, and Stephanie. Monica, Sarah, and Stephanie, when y'all get ready to speak, there's a button on your microphone there. That's the one you press so we can hear you. And whenever you're ready, we'll start with Monica.
I will be reading a statement from a student that wishes to remain anonymous but watches all the board meetings in his free time and wanted to speak. Greetings, Board of Trustees and Madam President. I am a senior from Glenn High School, and I am grateful to be presented with this opportunity in sharing a student perspective in regard to the recent book issue. To begin, a question for the parents who have spoken against these books. How can you say that these books are inappropriate for a school environment when these same classics are whitewashed versions of the same topic? In reality, the real difference between these choices of literature is the representation that is involved. More specifically, the same-sex couples and the people of color. Although I cannot speak for everyone, I can say that these controversial books hold good intentions and a voice for those that are closeted. These books bring out a new reality and, when compared to the classics, allows for contentious topics to be discussed in a compassionate and genuine glow. Personally, as a student in this district, it is disappointing to see that there is no representation in books provided in the past until this year. Then, when these topics are finally discussed, parents of these children shun this type of literature. Where are the students that are protesting these books? From what I gather, many students favorite these types of books, even if there were a plethora of other choices. It is understandable that some were explicit. However, the classics were just as vulgar in language, describing sexual acts vividly and romanticizing illegal relationships, whether said relationships were racial or homosexual. It is comforting to teenagers to read or watch anything that can help them cope with a challenging decision. These books allow for these kids to fight the idea of stereotypes, allowing students of all backgrounds to be welcome in a healthy learning environment with open arms. I ask that all of you, regardless of bias or personal upbringings, to consider the bigger picture: unity. A unity of voices, a unity for representation, a unity for all students to be recognized and know that they matter. It all starts here.
Thank you, Monica. Sarah?
LISD community. I'm speaking not only as an English teacher, but also as an alumna of LISD. Warning, this telling includes my sexual assault. Naaman, I'm 12 when my friend's brother touches me inappropriately. I don't get therapy. Instead, I'm left with this deeply uncomfortable feeling that I have no control over my body or what happens to me. It still feels like not enough are listening, not enough care. This is the reality for some students in LISD, yet you ban books like Speak and question books like What We Saw. CPMS. My friend's mom says that real Christians condemn homosexuality. CPHS. I received sex education that emphasizes abstinence. Is this church or school? I feel ashamed that I have sexual desires. I'm 17 when my mom comes out. I'm afraid of what people will think. This is the reality for some students in LISD, yet you ban books like Kiss Number 8 and Laura Dean Keeps Breaking Up With Me. I take a gay and lesbian literature course in college. For the first time, I learn about female masculinity and pronouns ze and here. Why did it take so long for me to learn about something outside the cisgendered, heteronormative Christian view? I'm still trying to unlearn the shame I feel about being both a woman and a sexual being. You ban books because they have graphic sex in them. I want you to understand the identities and experiences you're erasing when you take away these choices. Your comfort is not more important than our students' reality. Teens, you are not alone. Keep going. Some of us will love you unconditionally. Our stories matter too.
Sarah, thank you. Stephanie?
Stephanie Martin, you teach pornography, indoctrinator, child abuser, groomer, pedophile. Stephanie Martin, you like rape. These are the comments teachers are receiving online. The climate that produced them has been nurtured here. When administrators presented our work vetting books as incomplete, apologized for our work calling it a mistake, when a trustee attacked our work online, when LISD convened the CCAC, then overruled its findings to match parent requests. This toxic climate grew. Damage has been done to the reputations of LISD and its teachers. Repair work is needed. Our chain of command is clear and must be followed. Parents with a curriculum complaint should be redirected to their child's teacher. This doesn't mean our leaders are inaccessible, only that their first question should always be, have you spoken to the student's teacher yet? We serve 1,600 students at Glenn High School. We have received one parent complaint about book club titles this year. One. Our colleagues at Vista Ridge High School serve 2,300 students. They received 3 complaints total. 3. I understand you receive dozens per week. You have taught people to complain to you instead of trusting us to meet the needs of our students and families. Delegate. Once parents' requests are honored by us, we can restore trust with them.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be, I believe, Michelle, Krista, and Jeremy. And speakers, when you get ready to speak, there's a button on your microphone that you'll press to start speaking, then you'll turn it when you're done speaking. We'll start with Michelle whenever you're ready.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I have 2 children that attend Leander ISD schools, and as their parent, I have the duty to help them to grow into citizens of the world as a whole. They'll meet many people with varying beliefs, backgrounds, and identities, so I want them to understand others and show compassion and acceptance. I teach this in our home, but I also expect the school to help them to see beyond their limited experiences, as this is part of a world-class education. The ELA department did a spectacular job with this in adopting beautifully diverse instructional materials for student use. When I learned of the attack on the book club books, I was deeply saddened. The idea that certain books are off limits for my child to explore in the safety of the school setting truly sickened me. I do not condone censorship, and the removal of book choices is a form of censorship. I'm truly heartbroken that my children will not be able to have these books as an option. I participated in the CCAC to help with the new vetting process, and the results of the findings confused me. Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451, the authorized adaptation, received a 53% suggestion to remove it from the book clubs, whereas V for Vendetta, the graphic novel, received 0% suggestion to remove it from the book clubs. V for Vendetta was removed while Fahrenheit 451 remains. Why? I'm asking for transparency about why these books are being removed with such a vast difference in data. What does seem clear is that any book that portrays an LGBTQ+ character seems to be in the crosshairs. Also, books that allude to sex or underage drinking. What better way to safely teach the consequences of those actions than through literature? I am asking that you embrace the expertise of the educators you hired for this district as they choose resources to best fit the needs and voices of all students in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Krista?
I've been an educator for 16 years. I'm a mother of an 11-year-old girl in Leander ISD, and what my students read and what my daughter reads is deeply important to me. Books create what Rudine Sims Bishop refers to as mirrors, windows, and sliding glass doors. Students learn powerful lessons about how they are devalued in society when they are not allowed to see themselves reflected in the books that they read. A book can reflect ourselves like a mirror, offer a window to help us look outside of ourselves, or create sliding glass doors that allow us to enter into other worlds and engage with those who don't look like us or think like us. Young people often seek information from literature when they're embarrassed or uncomfortable about asking an adult. Information in our libraries and classrooms ease those fears and even keep them safe from harm. Parents and teachers have a responsibility to prepare the young to meet a variety of experiences in life. These books offer opportunities for discussion at home and in school. We have a responsibility to help students learn to think critically for themselves. Though our values may differ, our values cannot be legislated. Suppression is fatal to a democratic society. Banning of books is common practice in police states like Cuba and North Korea. It's a popular tactic among religious fundamentalist groups like the Taliban or our local hate groups. And these tactics have no place in our school district. What is the legacy that we want to leave for our students? That we are a welcoming, diverse school district, or that we allowed a few demagogues to suppress and silence the lived experiences in our community?
Thank you. Jeremy?
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank every speaker for having the courage to come up here and tell your story. What we have here, I haven't heard anything about civics. So we have a civics problem in America. Every single human being that took that oath of office to protect, uphold, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America has to abide by that oath of office, or this probably isn't the right place for you to be. When you think about the Pledge of Allegiance right there, we would not be here today if it wasn't for courageous individuals like a George Washington, who fought valiantly until inaugurated on April 30th, 1789 in New York City. Most kids don't know that. So when you look back at history and you look at George Washington's farewell address, and you frame it back to current state America, it is about unity. It is about inclusion. It is about the United States of America. We have a civics problem, period. And that is something that has to be addressed in an expedient manner, or things will spiral out of control. I have talked to hundreds of people, literally, this week about every type of topic imaginable, and it's concerning to me. I do feel like everybody's voice should be heard, but at the same time, we have to ensure that we're following the rule of law, constitutional law and criminal law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Bethany, Linda, and Patricia. When y'all get ready to speak, there's a button there on your microphone panel. Just press it to start speaking and then turn it off when you're done. Bethany, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I'm tired. I'm tired of right-wing political and religious groups from outside of our district coming in and disrupting important meetings, spreading hate and untruths. I'm tired of other parents not taking responsibility for their own children, trying to take away important award-winning literature from my children. Our amazing language art teachers and curriculum curators have given us a beautifully diverse selection of books that are both age-appropriate and important literary and cultural landmarks. Many of these books have come under protest. Obviously, not every book will fit the ideals of every family. However, this should be a matter of personal choice to be discussed between parent and child and should not invite the vitriolic book banning of a bygone era. My 9th grader read I Am Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter. I received an email from my child's language arts teacher that gave me the list of books that she could choose from. We spoke about the different books and she chose the one she wanted to read. I was surprised and delighted with the diversity of books that the students had to choose from. I thought, finally, relevant, engaging books in our schools that can teach lessons that reflect and engage with the era we live in. Finally, books that might actually help kids learn that reading can be relevant and personal. Books can reflect all walks of life, and reading can actually be fun. My child is dyslexic and is not a fan of reading, but as she read, perhaps for the first time, she genuinely engaged with material and came to me with questions in difficult real-life situations she didn't completely understand. My job as a parent is to provide context and understanding to the world outside of what she has experienced. I was able to explain things she didn't fully understand, and I was there to listen when she read difficult parts of the story that emotionally affected her. We had conversations about choices the characters made, both good and bad, and it helped my child grow as a person. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda?
Thank you for having me here. On March 21st of this year, Dr. Seuss Enterprises announced that they would no longer print 6 of their previously published titles due to what they called hurtful racial stereotypes. What a shock, right? And yet somehow it's okay for the school board to consider adding books like In the Dream House on the reading list for our kids. Something is terribly wrong with this. How is this book academically beneficial to our kids? As a grandparent, I find it goes against my values and my family's values in what we teach our children. I'm here to help protect our kids and all the children in the LISD district. Our voices matter. The community is speaking out, and it should and does matter. It feels like the more the parents speak out about banning this kind of book, the more pushback there is. The people in the LISD community are coming together to have our voices heard in hopes of the school board making the right conscious decision of what our children are exposed to in their reading material. Do all of you on the school board hear what your community is saying? Are you listening? Do you really care? The great privilege we have in our country is the freedom of speech. I'm using that freedom of right now to protect my grandchildren and all the other children in the district. There are some great teachers in our schools. These are educators that our children will remember and how their lives were impacted, and that impact will be from what they learned from these teachers. I hope you understand that our children are more important than any other books. Our children are more important than the kind of book that you want to add to this reading list. There is a great purpose at stake with us and what our children are going to be exposed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia?
Hi, I'm Patricia. I'm a secondary teacher, and as amazing as our district is, we know it's far from perfect. Our parents feel ignored, our students feel unheard, and your educators feel disrespected. And the problem is that I learned all of this through social media. I've heard from social media that there have been complaints regarding the secondary English book club selections, but myself and many of my colleagues never received a single complaint from parents about their child's book choice. I've heard from social media that the curriculum design team was inconsiderate and unprofessional, but you have yet to reach out to them to discuss the rationale behind their decision making. I've heard from social media and these board meetings, speakers castigate teachers, but I have yet to hear the board speak up and defend its educators. I've heard from social media the board is considering creating a new policy that would arbitrarily define literary appropriateness for our district without seeking feedback, and I find this especially egregious considering you've received extensive feedback on equity issues but have remained ambivalent about developing an equity policy. There have been countless opportunities for you to correct misinformation instead of succumbing to it, for you to ease parent concerns instead of fueling their ire, to have conversations with your teachers instead of disregarding our expertise. I hope that you finally listen to the educators in your district tonight. I hope that you take their knowledge and dedication into consideration. I hope that you accept our invitation and learn more about what we do in our classrooms. It's something that should have been initiated months ago.
Thank you, Patricia. Our next 3 speakers will be Zach, Desiree, and Michelle.
Speakers, when you get ready to speak, there's a button on your microphone to press when you get ready to start and to press when you are done. We will start with Zach when you're ready to begin.
I'm here today to express my frustration and anger over the censorship displayed by the district over the past couple of months. When I look out at my students at any given moment, I think about the potential trauma they are going through or have gone through. When I think about what is important to provide students in an English classroom to combat that trauma, I think first and foremost about the literature they can choose to read. A wise friend of mine explains it perfectly. Literature is a representation of the human experience. To denigrate a work, to denigrate an author, is to delegitimize a human's experience in this world. Whether students can see themselves in the books they read or learn to empathize with people who are different than them, literature that represents diverse perspectives allows all students to grow in many ways. I had a traumatic experience with coming out, and I do not want my queer students to have the same experience. But I know that rejection and hatred from families still happens. In my classroom, I have a responsibility as an educator to provide a safe space for my students to be themselves. Tell me, how can I provide this safe space for my LGBTQ+ students when you've removed the 2 books with queer representation in the English 2 graphic novel book club unit? Kiss number 8 and Laura Dean Keeps Breaking Up With Me. How is this sending a message that we love and accept all students? If we are one LISD, it's time to stop these blatant homophobic and transphobic acts of banning books.
Thank you, Zach. Desiree?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I have 2 items I'm going to speak to tonight. The first is actually, I want to take some time and just change course here for a minute and thank the board and especially Dr. Bentz for taking the time to listen to parents and others on the hard topic of ELE and ESLE proposed moves that caught our community by surprise. Absolutely nobody in the special education community or early education community wants to derail progress. We do want to make sure that the decisions that are made are done so with due diligence, are thoughtful, and consider both short-term and long-term future of kids and their programs. So I just want to start with that. The second item, though, is going to be about the topic of books and censorship and mainly access. I see this as a common thread through many of the major issues that we face here in this district. Everything really comes down to access. As the governing body of this district, it's not just a priority of the board, but a requirement of the board to make sure that every single student in this district has equitable access to education. When issues arise for students and community members, staff, or parents alert the board, each of those personal stories has meaning and is important, but decisions of a governing board are not made to cater to the loudest voice in the room or even necessarily the majority of voices in the room. In fact, a case could be well made that the job of the board is to consider carefully those we don't get to hear just as much as those we do get to hear from. We haven't heard from a lot of students here because, quite frankly, a lot of them don't have access to these meetings. They can't get here or they're afraid. There are the members of our community who don't have access to these meetings. But what I can tell you is every single one of them deserves representation. They deserve to be depicted in these books, and they deserve access to the books, and you need to follow policy first and foremost. And there's already policy laid out to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Michelle?
Good evening. I'm here today not only as an activist teacher, but also as a parent and community member. Our community has people of all beliefs and backgrounds, and we cannot ignore their experiences. They are valid, and they deserve a seat at the table and to be heard. I'm going to share tonight with you a poem that illustrates the world we currently live in from the view of this activist teacher. These are words from our community at large, from this community that have been leveled towards us. These are the times we live in. Adoration and outrage, ebbs and flows, accolades, a small pittance offered here and there, short-lived, given freely. Grasping tight, I hold them to my heart. Teach, they said, we need you. You're amazing. You're a saint. I do it because I love working with children. Teach, they said, we don't know how you do it. You're an angel. You're so special. Our hero. I do it to make a difference in the lives of those I teach. Teach, they said, please take our children back. You're a blessing. You're compassionate, a life changer. Teach, they said, we pay taxes. We pay your salary. You're selfish. You're just here for the paycheck, and you're not earning it right now. Grievances, a heavy load to bear, offered incessantly, loud, obnoxious, hurled at my face, permeate my skin, seep into my thoughts. Teach, they said, Go back to work. Stop being lazy, you leeches. Fire them all. It's impossible. This feels impossible. Teach, they said. You belong to us. Vaccine? No, you're non-essential. You're snowflakes, whiny. You're entitled. You're my child care. A liar, a failure, a quitter. You're a clown. You're my babysitter. You're ineffective. You're behind. You're inadequate, irresponsible, vindictive, inconsiderate, difficult, unprofessional, scared. You're a Nazi. You're indoctrinators. You're agenda pushers, pedophiles. You're groomers. Adoration and outrage. It ebbs and flows.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Trista, Deanna, and Francesca. There's a button on your microphones to push when you're ready to start speaking, and then push it when you're done. We will start with Trista whenever you're ready.
So this 1 minute and 30-second thing has really jacked us up. In the future, it might be helpful to maybe cut off the amount of speakers versus cutting the time, because there's no way to get a point across during that time. Leander has crossed reprehensible boundaries, which has created a vicious division in our community. I'm here tonight to represent thousands of LISD parents of various views and various backgrounds who have signed the petition that you received. Y'all have a copy of just the front page, but y'all have the email. All of our suggestions are in that email. And I'm going to have to deviate away from what I'd originally planned to say tonight because of things that I've heard so far this evening. This big thing, our big position is that this all stems from the district's lack of respect for our parental rights. This is not about teachers or administrators or authors' rights, because school doesn't exist to serve those demands. The district's responsibility is to serve the community, the families, the children. That's why we're here. That being said, I keep repeatedly hearing about book banning. No one is asking to ban books. What we're asking are to provide children with age-appropriate, on reading level appropriate literature. Dildos, gang rape, abortions, sexual experiences, no matter what the sexuality is, are not appropriate for school, and it blows me away that as an adult that has to be stated. On there, gosh, didn't get anywhere.
Would you like to just do a last sentence to conclude your remarks?
Conclude the remarks would be just whatever we have on there. We offer some solutions to provide a matrix that's clear to everyone and that offers parents to be able to participate in the process that has some kind of meaning, as opposed to throwing something together as a reaction.
Thank you, Trista. Deanna?
Hello, I am speaking for the author of In the Dream House, Carmen Maria Machado, an educator and a proud former student of the public school system. On February 25th, a local parent and member of the Teach Parental Rights Coalition sat in front of this body and read several specific excerpts from her memoir. When she was in her early 20s, she was in an abusive relationship with another woman. Soon after it ended, she did what she always did when she was heartbroken, looked for art that spoke to her experience. She was surprised to find that there were no memoirs about domestic violence in queer relationships, and shockingly few about verbal, psychological, and emotional abuse. So she wrote into that silence. I'm sure as a parent, it is scary to admit that your child has had or might have this experience. That said, she encourages you to be thoughtful about the language the coalition has used. It is not an accident. In her statement, the disgruntled parent said the phrase same-sex relationship in the same tone as controlling and violent. It is not an accident that her book was willfully misrepresented with dramatic props. It is not an accident that this campaign talks about giving parents a choice while actively lobbying to take away choices from other parents' children. And it is not an accident that the word grooming was used to describe giving students access to her book, and that this group was willing to imply that your teachers, the lifeblood of your schools, are pedophiles. None of these things are accidents, and I hope you see them for what they deeply are, disingenuous distortions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Francesca?
Hi. I am the parent of a second grader and an eighth grader here at Leander ISD. A few weeks ago, my older son came home really excited about a book he was reading for a project in his ELA class. About a week later, he came home again in the middle of doing his project, upset because the book had been pulled from his classroom. While he was allowed to finish his project, the book was removed from his class after approval issues and parents not wanting their kids exposed to the content. The Freedom Writer's Diary does include racism, gang violence, and sexual assault. But the most important thing about this book, especially given the content, is that it was written by teenagers. It was written by kids who are the same age as our kids who are now not allowed to read their diary entries. Books can be an escape or a resource. For some, especially our BIPOC and LGBTQ students, they can mean representation and a reminder that they aren't alone. Taking books out of our schools doesn't make controversial subject matter disappear, and if we are going to remove books every time a parent doesn't like it, we won't have any left. We will also effectively be erasing the stories and the histories of groups, especially those in our marginalized communities who need them told the most. When did we stop trusting our teachers to do their jobs to the extent that changes to curriculum are now seemingly being considered from angry Facebook comments and excerpts taken out of context? I absolutely believe that parents should have the choice to keep their own kids from reading books they might not like. They just as absolutely should not have the right to take those choices away from my children or anyone else's. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board members, we are now about halfway through our speakers. Do we need a break or can we keep going? A short break. We're going to take a 3-minute short break, and next up will be Katie, Christelle, and Melissa. You don't need to get at the seat yet. We're going to take a break, but I just want y'all to know you're coming up. All right, if we could come back to session. We left off with our last three speakers, Katie, Christelle, and Melissa. Katie, Crystal or Christelle, and Melissa. Thank y'all for joining us. If you'll notice at your tables on your mic, there's a button that you press to begin speaking, and then when you're done, you press it to turn it off. We'll start with Katie whenever you're ready.
Thank you for letting me speak. Originally, I didn't want to get involved as I didn't feel it was my place as I have younger children. As I saw the parents against these books involving members who do not have children in our schools, but also don't live within our district, therefore don't pay taxes. Community members and outside people started calling our teachers hateful names and making salacious accusations by calling them pedophiles and groomers. Someone on Nextdoor even went as far to say kindergartners are learning to pleasure themselves in school, which is not happening. This is not okay. So I am here. As a mom of a child who will only read graphic novels, I started to realize that my child may be a child targeted by this censorship. There are kids just like him that now are having books removed that didn't go through the formal challenge process. They are now at risk of being left behind. The district chose to appease these community members and others who aren't even within our community and abandoned their protocol along the way. This is concerning because there is a reason for protocol. There's also a reason for transparency, and I feel like the district is appeasing to a particular crowd that wants to erase sexual assault and career representation from our book club choices. These are important topics that every parent should discuss with their children. Books can open up that door and even teach us parents a new perspective. If parents don't want to discuss this, then I applaud the book club program for offering the other option where a student can bring a book of their own choice. Thanks to that option, no child is left behind and every child feels represented. Our kids deserve to choose what they read and be able to find a meaning within the book they choose. Me supporting that also doesn't make me a pedophile or a groomer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Crystal?
I'm appreciative of the path that LISD is taking to address and hopefully disrupt the traditionally racist practices and policies of the district. At the same time, I am dismayed that you are choosing to censor and ban books. One action opens up dialogue and the other closes it down. My concerns prompted me to send you an email where I outline my views. I don't have time to go into that. I want to address your reply. You replied, "What we cannot endorse is the use of books in our curriculum containing excerpts or passages with graphic, detailed descriptions of people engaged in acts of a sexual nature." I have two questions. The first focuses on endorsement. Are you stating that you endorse every passage in every book that is used in the curriculum? If so, you would be saying that you endorse racism by allowing books that have racist content, or endorsing violence by allowing books that have violent content. I don't think you mean this. So why this connection between acts of a sexual nature and endorsement? I'm running out of time. But my second question is why? Sex is a natural, healthy activity that adolescents are obviously going to be interested in. Why is that not appropriate in books? Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa?
Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me have this opportunity to talk. I'm here this evening to express my concerns as a parent who feels that my role is slowly being undermined as an active partner in my children's education. According to the Texas Constitution and statutes, Education Goal, Title II, Chapter 26, parents are partners with educators, administrators, and school district boards of trustees in their children's education. Parents shall be encouraged to actively participate in creating and implementing educational programs for their children. I believe there are curriculum changes and educational resources being used in LISD with political bias that even teachers are unaware of and/or disapprove of, but don't feel they have a say. The Education Code states that I have a say, so I'm staking that claim. In this past year, I have seen several instances where my children were given assignments with a strong political bias that differs from that of our families. My 8th grader is absolutely ready to learn about different views from my own. However, I view it as indoctrination when those views are presented as facts and not opinions. If one political view is going to be presented, other political views should be presented as well. That's my solution. I have and will continue to speak to my children's teachers and school principals regarding these concerns. I've begun talking to my children about the possibility of seeking a different avenue of education outside of LISD. However, that's not an option for every family and every teacher who feels the way I do. I ask that in the future you be completely forthcoming about changes in our curriculum and the resources used in our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel and Rachel Sosa, Beth, and Satumino. Rachel, Beth, and I believe it's Saturnino. Awesome. All right, so there is a button on your microphone that you'll press when you begin speaking, and then press it to turn it off when you're done. And we'll start with Rachel whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you for hearing me this evening. I'm here to speak about some misconceptions addressed by some community groups pertaining to Santa Muerte in the book, I Am Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter. Santa Muerte appeared only twice in this book, and somehow her image was strongly misconstrued among some in the community due to the lack of research. I'm here to shed some light on that tonight. Santa Muerte is literally translated to holy death. Her spirit teaches and reminds us that we only have one life, that we should be good in this life and kind and truthful to one another, to cherish every breath that we take and appreciate every moment. As a devotee, I embrace the fact that my mortality is precious and that I live each day to try to be kind, compassionate, and love one another. How is this demonic or evil? Christians relate to something similar, the 10 Commandments. Follow these divine laws of God, and you will get into heaven. Santa Muerte advocates for any and all that come to her. She embraces every race, color, sexual orientation, culture, or religion because there is no judgment. She, death, has no judgment. I do not understand how some in this community can sit and judge my culture when you do not even know it, or for that matter, have the right to judge it when some of your beliefs tell you otherwise. Your 9th commandment, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, should be referenced as a reminder. Our lives are finite and precious, and Santa Muerte is always there to remind me of that fact every day. So to live our lives fully, to respect and appreciate one another, and to have compassion and acceptance, and to embrace and advocate, which is everything that Santa Muerte stands for, by the way. How is that satanic or evil?
Thank you. Audience, I understand this is a lengthy citizens' comments, but if y'all do have conversations, if you could take them outside, just so we can hear our speakers. It's just respectful to make sure we listen to our speakers as they're up here. All right, Beth?
I'm a middle school language arts teacher, and I'm here as a community member, a parent of former LISD students, and to support our high school language arts teachers and the amazing secondary curriculum specialists here at Leander ISD. I ask you to work towards finding a solution without banning books. Banning books takes away student choice. Our job as educators is to teach students, all students, and to do that, we must provide choice. Choice includes graphic novels and books which portray characters that students can relate to. Choice also includes reading books about characters that are different than we are, so that students will learn to listen to, understand, express, and challenge ideas with respect and empathy. Because every student who walks through our doors is different, we need a variety of choices in our book clubs, in our classrooms. The books in our classrooms must be as diverse as our students and must represent all of the students in our district. In our district, we have students which include students with disabilities, students of color, students who identify as LGBTQ+, students from different backgrounds, countries, religions, different economic statuses. We have students with one parent, no parents, students with two moms and two dads, students who come from abusive homes, students in the foster care system, students with different religious beliefs. These are the students who need us the most to fight for their rights to read, to be represented in the books we offer kids, and to have the choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I like to say anything that good comes from my mouth is from God. Anything negative is going to come from me. So if anybody has a problem, that's me. First and foremost, I'd like to start off with a quote from one of my favorite band authors. Dave Pilkey wrote Captain Underpants. Some of his books have been banned. Grown-ups do a lot of complaining. Now, that would be fine and dandy if that's all it was grown-ups complaining, but it's become something more vile, more evil. I mean, I recently saw a YouTube podcast with 3 women who are calling our teachers groomers and pedophiles. They're calling certain ethnicities gang members, like they don't understand the culture, and this is what they're doing, without even talking to these teachers. It's rather sick, sad, and pathetic, if you ask me. I don't know, I just feel like this is all getting taken out of hand just because of one book that has a couple of pages, and then all of a sudden 6 books are gone. That's like the definition of cancel culture, isn't it? It's rather sad. So I don't even know where we can get a common ground on anything when a side doesn't even want to listen. We're telling our kids every day to talk it out with one another when we can't even do that. It's sad and it breaks my heart. So all I can say, kids, if you want a really good book, the autobiography of Malcolm X is a great way to start. 100%. That's it.
Thank you. All right, our next 3 speakers will be Georgia, Erica, and Alessandro. All right, speakers, when you get ready to speak, there is a button on your microphone that you will press to begin speaking, and then you'll press it again when you are done, so it'll turn it off. Georgia, we'll start with you whenever you're ready. Has a little face on it on the microphone.
Hi, my name is Georgia Ramirez, and I'm a sophomore at Glenn High School, and I'm here to share a missing perspective on the book club choices controversy. These books revolve around queer characters and themes, and I am here to defend these books, not just as a student, but as a queer student. One of these books is In the Dream House, a memoir. This novel captures a very real glimpse at toxic relationships and the emotions that come along with them. The biggest complaint I hear about it is the mature sex scene with the 2 characters. Some have described the scene as inappropriate and obscene. However, these people are missing a much bigger picture. This scene depicts an example of queer intercourse, and that is something that is very much underrepresented in media and even in education. Another scene I would like to talk about is when the author describes her female crushes and how it feels to fall in love. This is something that queer people don't get often, a legitimate storyline from a queer author that doesn't revolve around coming out. Of course, coming out is a major part of being LGBTQ, but we have other stories to tell, such as the one Carmen Machado was trying to tell. Removing this book would not only be ignoring student voices, but also overlooking revolutionary pieces of literature because some ignorant parents falsely label it as disgusting. What I'm trying to say is that these books are important to communities like mine, and I'm urging you to keep access to these books as open as possible. I'd also like to suggest that you seek out and actively listen to students on what they decide they can and can't handle. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Erica?
Board of Trustees, thank you for your time. I can't believe we live in 2021 and we're still having the same conversations. Que triste. I'm here to defend one of the books currently being reviewed, I'm Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter. There's a post on a page that was created to incite fear in our community that claims this book was filled with unacceptable language and offensive commentary on my culture. They zeroed in on the folk saint Santa Muerte and made it appear that the book was about her, which it's not. However, the bashing of Santa Muerte confirmed how little some in this community and school district actually know about my culture. Then that confirmation was amplified when someone in this community accused me of mailing items to her that I did not, and proceeded to further slander me by stating that I identified with the gang. Such fear-mongering, such rhetoric. Was this the assumption made because I'm Chicana, that I am unabashedly and unapologetically proud of who I am and where I come from? We are the second largest population in the district, state, and nation, and our numbers continue to grow. Latinos are not a monolith. Not all Latinos share the same experiences, but we definitely share similarities. This book is unabashedly and unapologetically Chicano. I wish there was a book like this when I was in high school, a book that delves into the world of an intelligent, emotionally scarred outcast that doesn't know where she fits in. She doesn't feel like she fits in with her family or the society around her. One of the things I love the most about this book was that she loves the Smiths, Joy Division, and New Order. That is the most Chicano thing ever, and only someone from our culture would know that. She also loves Emily Dickinson, which was so relatable. She also struggles with her Mexican side and the love she has for some of those traditions as well. I will end this with the phrase in Spanish, ni de aquí ni de allá, which translates to not from here, not from there.
Thank you. Alessandro?
Hi, I'm Alessandro Sanchez. I'm a student at Rouse High School. My biggest complaint, or I guess concern with this whole situation, is how the parents think that we're not mature enough to handle the content that's within these books, which honestly shows how disconnected they really are from understanding what we see, what we read, and what we go through. A lot of these books contain content such as like sexual situations, racial situations, and those are all huge things that happen as teenagers as well. I can't explain to you how many times I've had to fight and defend myself simply because of my skin color. And what these books contain is how we can process things. You know, there's a lot of traumatic things that happen to kids, and when that happens, especially at a young age, they go into trauma blocking, which cuts off the feeling of pain or hurt so you can feel free from that. And when these books contain content such as molestation, it helps you process what's happened. It helps you understand what happened to you when you were a kid. It's not, some can be triggering, but it is needed. It helps you process what you've been through, your personal experiences. These are more than just words on paper. These mean a lot to a lot of people, and you taking that away from us because of you concerned about our maturity level is a lie. I want to end with a quote that was on a shirt of one of my favorite artists, Frank Ocean. It goes, "Why be racist, sexist, homophobic, or transphobic when you can just be quiet?" Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. Stephanie Ribas, Stephanie Burke, and Alexis Huddleston will be next. When y'all get ready to speak, there is a button on your microphone. Press it when you talk, and then when you're done, if you will press it so it turns off. And we will start with Stephanie Ribas whenever you're ready.
I've been an English teacher for 11 years, 6 in LISD. I am here standing against the censoring of books and the defamation of teachers. The board is putty in the wrong hands, so to speak. The wrong hands being a small group of parents, some aligned with hate groups. The board is trying to appease this small group of parents so that the district will be seen favorably, but in doing so, they have betrayed the trust of teachers, students, and parents who have had no say in these decisions. Teachers are begging the board to defend us from baseless and disgusting attacks, asking them to open a dialogue with us before making illegitimate curricular decisions, to treat us with respect as the professionals we are. By choosing to listen to a vocal minority, you're inadvertently causing harm. Censoring others' identities and narratives is committing violence against them. Everyone has a right to tell their story. Bad policies hurt people. I've watched countless students, parents, and teachers speak their truths of the racism, sexism, and homophobia they encounter in this district. If only their realities were responded to as swiftly as books were banned.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Been struggling with what to say, so this is what I'm going to focus on. You guys have a policy in place, and it states that a parent's ability to exercise control over reading, listening, or viewing materials extends only to their child. Access to challenge resources shall not be restricted during the reconsideration process. No challenged instructional resource shall be removed solely because of the ideas expressed therein. You guys are only started cycle 4 of the 8-cycle review process, and yet when my 10th grader got to the graphic novel section, 4 books were not available. 3, I've been told, are gone from the curriculum. 1 is paused. That are 4 choices that somebody else took away from my kid. It is not okay. I am participating in CACAC. I am providing feedback. I am putting in the time to review these books and to read them cover to cover. And let me tell you, these are some of the most amazing books I have read ever. So I want to know why my kids' choices are being controlled by other parents, and the resources that CACAC provides do not match with the books that were pulled. I looked, I've asked, I've gotten no clear answer on why those 4 books were removed, and I'm angry. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Alexis?
I am a high school English teacher in the district and want to address the disinformation that has been spread at board meetings and on social media this year. I have heard that teachers are forcing students to read these books or are teaching the entire class about sex or other controversial topics. This is simply not true. Students select book club titles from 15 choices, and if their family is not happy with any of the 15 titles, we work with the family to find a suitable alternative. Students read independently and process the book from a critical lens, often diving deeper into analysis by questioning an author's craft and purpose. No book club title is being read aloud to the class like classics once were. No teacher would ever dream of taking away a family's right to choose what is best for their student. However, it is incredibly problematic and inequitable to allow one family's right choice dictate what is right for other families. The problem here is not the books we are offering as choices. The problem is communication, and thankfully there's a simple solution. First, we must restore all books as options for book clubs. To do any less is censorship. I've shared a plethora of resources with the governance team, including legal precedents, that proves just that. Secondly, we must adopt an official process for how teachers should introduce book clubs in their titles for families and students. Next, every member of the board, as well as community members, need to have the opportunity to meet with qualified, professional English teachers to witness workshop in action. Let us model our best practices for you so you can see that choice is voice, that choice is equitable, and all we want to do is protect that choice for every family.
Thank you, Alexis. All right, our next 3 speakers will be Kim, Ralph, Luis Rodriguez, and Nancy Banks. So there's a button Some of y'all might have already heard me say this, so I'm sorry I'm feeling very repetitive, but there's a button on your microphone. Please press it when you get ready to speak, and then press it to turn off when you're done speaking. We've got Kim, Lewis, and Nancy, and we'll start with Kim.
Hello. Some trustees and parents see this book club list as a threat to their values. In the words of one trustee, they believe they can write a policy for future book selection that is generally inoffensive. What they're in effect asking for is that the district reflects only themselves. They're asking that the district codify and therefore reduce complex literature exploring human nature across cultures into a list of profanities and discomforts. If you don't see removal of these books as having sexist, racist, and queerphobic implications, then you probably benefit from privilege. You probably benefit from our community's centering of white, straight, male perspectives in the classics. You may even see these titles on the high school English book club list and think, where are the stories that center my white male child? I know one trustee is thinking this because they said so on March 5th. We don't need to consider books that center whiteness. We have thousands on a single campus. Rather than having only mirrors to reflect his own culture back to him, wouldn't it be more respectful of his developing sense of self to allow him to read and discuss books that create dissonance with his worldview? This is rigor. This is critical thinking, analysis, and synthesis. Leander's governance team should lead and inform our community, not be a trembling mouthpiece for the privileged few. Instead of writing new policy rooted in mistrust of the professional educators developing curriculum, I hope you'll consider allocating staff and funds for diversity, equity, and inclusion work we have learning to do.
Thank you. Lewis?
Thanks for your time. My name is Luis Rodriguez. I'm the national president of the WTFers, the Wind Therapy Freedom Riders. If any of you guys don't know who we are congressional award winners. We have been received an award from the Texas State Senate for our work with veterans, police officers. So we even have a program that's unique. It's a teen suicide and anti-bullying campaign. More famously around here, we've been known for shutting down the riots downtown in Austin when they decided to start destroying our community. And many of you guys may have seen me with some of your friend Jimmy Flanagan, who is now an ex-Austin city councilman. I want to make this real clear. I don't care about the books that talk about lesbianism or whether it's two guys, two girls. I don't care. I don't care about teaching kids about different races. But when you start pushing the boundaries and start talking about pornography, pedophilia, what amounts to statutory rape, that's where I have a problem. I don't care what sex they are, where they come from, or any of that. I teach my child to look at a person's character, not their race. Only racists look at race. While the opposition comes in and they have their signs and everybody brings in their assets to oppose what they don't believe in, I will too bring in my assets. And when I come in with my assets, as Mayor Adler will tell you, I will show up to your house. I will bring 3,800 voters in this district alone, and I can affect the outcome of votes. That's why I'm sought after by judges, by city council people, Texas senators, and congressmen. I'm asking you guys to do the right thing, what you guys know is right. Keep the pornography and the disgust out of my child's hands. And nobody has taken that away from them. The books that you removed are readily available for any parent on this thing called Amazon.com. I believe one of the books even comes with a dildo. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Nancy Banks. Oh, Nancy, I'm sorry. If you press that button, though, we can hear you.
Okay, better?
Thank you.
I didn't come prepared, but oh my God, listening to the teachers in here, I would rip my kid out of every classroom for a teacher that's spoken here. When you talk about whiteness, replace whiteness with blackness. Is that okay? No, it's not okay. We are so race focused. I've heard nothing about math or science or this. I've heard sexuality, LGBTQ+++. Is that really where education is leading us? Are you kidding me? I grew up in Detroit in the 1970s. I know what race is all about, and this is not it. You know, teaching white supremacy, white this, white that. Every time you say that, replace it with black and ask yourself, is that okay? The answer is no, it's not. And as far as these books go, who cares? They're not banned. But I don't send my kid to school or pay taxes to teach about, oh my God, whatever the books are. I want my kid to know how to code. I want him to know science. I want him to know biology. I don't care what he reads for any of that. Is that really what we are so focused on? Sexuality, LGBTQ? I mean, are we not Americans? Where is our commonality? I mean, when you go to school, you should be reading, writing, and doing math. All this other stuff is just noise, and it's disgusting.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up will be Joe Ivester, John Ivester, and Kara Owen. When you get ready to speak, there's a button on your microphone. If you'll just press it when you start speaking, and then press it again when you are done. That would be helpful for us. Joe, you're up first whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Ivester, and I've raised 4 kids in Central Texas. We're all still here. Now we have 5 grandkids to add to the mix. 30 years ago, we welcomed our son Jeremy into the world as what we thought was our daughter. We were wrong. Jeremy is transgender. As he went through middle school and high school, there were no books in which he could see himself. Life would have been a whole lot easier for him and for us if the school's literature had supported the person that he is. Our youth need to see themselves mirrored in their literature. Otherwise, they feel alone, invisible, and unworthy. Please bring back books to the school district that have LGBTQ characters in them. Not just for my son and people like him, but because all our students benefit when allowed to see the entire world around them. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Hi, I'm John Ivester. I'm a retired high-tech executive, and as such, I've hired hundreds of workers in Central Texas. I've also served as an advisory to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Industry, especially high-tech industry, values employees who are tolerant and able to work with a diversity of colleagues. Literature is an important way for students to gain empathy and understanding of people different from themselves. Because of these 2 facts, I really believe it's extremely important that students read books that provide exposure to LGBTQ characters, as well as characters of diverse ethnic, racial, and religious backgrounds. I urge the school board to support reading opportunities that feature LGBT and people of color and address their issues. This, I believe, will help make students more employable, more successful, and it has the side effect of making them better people, too. And I believe that schools that restrict access by students to books with these diversity themes are doing harm to their students' future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Kara?
Good evening. My name is Kara Owen, and I am the PTO president at C.C. Mason Elementary. I think you guys have probably heard from some of our parents this week. We, as a PTO and a community, are concerned We have already had mold found in the books in our library after the water damage. We have had mold found from the carpet in some of the offices. And we are concerned that without mold testing, that we're not sending our kids back into the safest environment that they should be in. We are also concerned, we understand that TASB considers the bookshelves that are 26 years old and water damaged to be salvageable, but we question whether or not a salvageable library is up to the standards of Leander ISD. I remember Pam Wagner clearly talked about the facilities and how proud Leander ISD is of how we take care of our facilities, and I don't feel like a salvageable library is up to the standard of the wonderful and vibrant library that the Mason Library used to be. And my kids wanted to add a couple things that they love about the library.
One thing I like about the library is the Junie V. Jones books. My favorite part about our library is the sports books.
We just really would love, it's a beautiful library, and we would love to have one up to the standards of all of the other elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have two more speakers for this evening. Jim Dillon and Maria Fairbanks. If you'll just press the button in front of you to turn on when you're ready to speak. Jim, you're up first.
In libraries around the world, there are millions of classic works of literature, works of art, that have been read by millions and millions of people and have benefited societies around the world. And I don't understand why the choices that students are selecting from can't be gathered from some of the what you would call real literature. There are some books that are intended for probably adults only, depending on content. There are some books that are too mature, possibly too violent, too perverted, too twisted for children to be exposed to. And those are the books that should go straight into the trash can, actually. There's plenty of children's literature, Dr. Seuss being one of them. He's already been banned, but there's a concerted effort in academia to...
Thank you, Jim. Maria?
Good evening. I have my kids in my experiences from Vandergrift High School. I have two things that I would like to mention tonight. The first one is, why are the schools not providing the title and the author of the books listed for the book clubs? It's an English language art class, and we are not receiving the information regarding those books. Looks like the schools are purposefully trying to deceive the parents. Why are those names not listed with the author? My son picked another book that was not listed, and the teacher pulled my son out of the classroom to remind him that he will be working alone, doing all the job by himself. The second thing that I would like to mention tonight, and more important thing, is regarding the new books and the new curriculum for this class from English Language Arts, that it's called Our Responsibility in Social Justice. That is the title for an English language art class. And in my experience, I want to transfer to you from my beloved country in South America. That curriculum was already implemented in some public schools. And what happened is kids from 8th to 12th grade were throwing Molotov bombs and kidnap 2 principals in 2 of the best public schools in my teacher because they received that curriculum. My question tonight is, why is Leander ISD, at the same time that are censoring the music our children are listening at school, are assigned books with inappropriate content and violence? I will ask for Leander ISD to be more coherent and eliminate all the violent language from the school, music or books. Our children shouldn't be receiving that violence in the school.
Thank you,
Thank
Maria.
you.
All right, I believe that does conclude our citizen comments. Is that correct? Not seeing there's anybody else that we're all on the same list. All right. We will now move to closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties of public officer or employees. No action will be taken in closed. We will return for open if there are any actions.
Test, test.
All right, it is 8:42 and we are back in open session. We will go back up to the top of our agenda under communication announcements and pull up superintendent remarks. Dr. Gehring, do you have any remarks?
Nothing at this time, Madam President. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Gehring. Board members, any remarks?
I do. I have a couple of things, actually. First, to the students of Rouse High School CTE, thank you for the cool mask. I'm going to wear it proudly and very much appreciate the effort. Fits perfectly. Thank you, Rouse CTE folks. Second thing is, this is the kind of week I've had. I found 6 pair of my glasses today when I was looking for them, and then I left them all at home, and I have a pair of sunglasses that are readers as well, so I'm going to try to not look ridiculous as I talk about something that's very serious. My original intent for this evening was to resign publicly and to offer my reasoning for stepping down. The anger, the disrespect shown to our neighbors, the vitriol and the hate being slung like molten lava on everyone and everything around us has torn our community not in half, but into shreds. Everyone is screaming and no one is listening. But you know what? Someone is watching, and it's our children. When you consider the bullying and the personal attacks many of the so-called grown-ups are participating in full view of our children, the hypocrisy is stunning. We, myself included, should all be embarrassed. Our dirty laundry is once again hanging on the line in full view of everyone via national news feeds. Is this who we've become? Is this who we want to be? Sex toys at board meetings, outside political activist groups descending upon our meetings, our parents being made to feel intimidated and scared, all-out war on social media, anonymous attacks, and cardboard penises sent to parents to harass and intimidate them for expressing their legitimate concerns. Is this the legacy we want to leave? Are we willing to destroy our reputation as a destination district for those seeking a world-class education because we cannot or will not stop and listen to one another regarding an emotionally charged subject? Not me. Where can we as a community come together in a safe and respectful environment, free from hyperbole and personal attacks, and discuss the important issues that impact our children, if not in this boardroom? Where? I will tell you that Facebook ain't the place, nor is TikTok nor Instagram. When it comes to social media, we expect the agitators and the trolls to create a bunch of useless noise. But what our community and our children need in this incredibly divisive and tumultuous time is leadership from this board, here, now. We need to redouble our efforts to rise above the personal attacks if we are to do the good work our children deserve and our parents expect. Hate and intolerance almost won. Vitriol and bullying damn near pushed me out. But you know what? I'm not out. I'm not going anywhere. Hate and tolerance are not going to win tonight. Not yesterday, not today, and not tomorrow. Not anymore. We have work to do, hard work, hard conversations, hard decisions, decisions that are going to be as popular to some as they are unpopular to others. That's what we signed up for. Our community desperately needs CPR right now. Yes, CPR. Civility, professionalism, and respect. This board will lead that effort. Our community needs to trust this board as having the best interest of all stakeholders at the center of all of our discussions and all of our decisions. We have tough work ahead of us. And it doesn't matter if you're a board member, administrator, parent, teacher, or community member, if you're not bringing dignity, respect, and a willingness to find common ground, regardless of the conversation, then you, my friend, are a large part of this problem. If you're the one that's using one of your 17 fake Facebook accounts to stir up drama and take cheap shots at others, you are not hurting anyone other than your children and our children. Cyberbullying, spreading lies, rumors, and misinformation for sport has got to stop. It's time for the rest of us, the adults in the room, to tune out the instigators and the agitators and the trolls whose only power is what we allow them to take from us in the make-believe world of Facebook. It's time for the rest of us to engage in real face-to-face, respectful, and meaningful conversation. Someone, somewhere in this community has got to be the first person to stop screaming. Who's it going to be? Who in this community will be the first one to say, enough? We need to listen to one another and work together on a solution. And then who's going to be the second person to stop screaming? And then the third. Who is willing to come to the table to have a respectful conversation about difficult subjects? Look, we don't have to agree, but we do have to agree to be civil, to work toward a solution, a compromise, something that benefits our children. There are times when this board must step up and lead the community through sensitive topics with civility, dignity, and respect, and that time is now. How we treat one another publicly and privately sets the example for how others will treat one another in this community. It is time to stop hurting one another and time to start finding solutions that benefit our children. This is our community, and it's time we show it some kindness. Thank you for letting me rant.
Thank you, Jim. Board members, any other comments?
Yeah, I just have a quick thing. Back on March 8th, I got to visit Westside for my first super school visit. It was amazing, and I just want to shout out to the principal there, Mrs. Lillard, and my wonderful student tour guides who applied for the job, which I found out later, which was very cool. But they had a wealth of knowledge and were able to show me the garden and a whole lot of classrooms. It was a fabulous visit. So, and also a big shout out to Corey's team. The SCR team putting the video together was amazing. One other thing was that I was able to see in person, which was exciting, the JV Winter Guard at Vista Ridge. I was able to watch the varsity on video. It's all virtual contests this year, but we did get to watch a JV performance in person at the gym, and so that was really exciting. All of our Winter Guards at all of our schools have done a fabulous job this year, so just wanted to give them a shout out. So thank you.
So I've been busy. I'll be honest, being elected as a trustee during this COVID time, it kind of made me a little sad because I'm not able to get out and visit. So I've been forcing my way into various schools and departments. Sorry about that. I'm just going to talk a little bit about where I've been. I love the super school visits and wish I could go to all of them. So if nobody wants to go to yours, I will go for you. I truly enjoy it. And y'all know me, every school that I visit RVMS, Cedar Park High School, Reed Elementary, and of course Wiley. But every school I visit, I'm like, I want to transfer my kid here. And so I have a problem now because I want to stay at I want my kids to have all these experiences that I've experienced. So I went to RBMS right after this COVID, snowvid, whatever we call it. And it's kind of sad, but at the same time, to see that community just kind of snap their hands, figure it out, get the kids situated was kind of a surreal experience to witness because our students, I mean, you've got all these, it reminded me of ET is what it did. All those big machines and wind stuff, but our students weren't fazed by it. It was kind of an amazing thing to witness. They're just kind of going about their day and excited that they're there. Another visit I did, I've been fortunate enough to be visiting each of our different campuses' SPED departments. And y'all know that's a jam of mine. I'm an advocate for special education. And to see it in person and to see the other programs that I have not witnessed as a parent or as a trustee has been amazing. I visit Larkspur, and when we talk about giving every child an individual education plan, that's what they're doing there. I challenge each of my trustees to go to Larkspur, see what it's going on there. It is a very fantastic experience. I went to the transportation department. That was actually fun. So I went to the Central and North Side Transportation. And that is probably the coolest job, I think, working for LISD, because you get to track buses. Like, I want to figure out how to do that for my own kids when they start driving. But most importantly, it was amazing to interact with our bus leads and most importantly, our bus drivers. You think about what they've had to go through this year and how to adjust and just figure it out. And you think about the snowstorm we had and how they were expected to get our students home. I was afraid to drive, but not 1 second did they were just like ready to go. So I challenge my board members to visit transportation. Y'all come with me to the next safety board meeting next month. It is fantastic. And then I also got to go to Cedar Park High School, and I want my kids to go there now too, but it's because everywhere I turned, children were engaged in some type of activity or program. It was as if I was on a campus that COVID didn't exist anymore. And that was probably the coolest experience I think I have felt so far during these super school visits, is that I'm seeing at every angle students engaging in what would be considered a normal school routine and just going about their day. And of course, you know, Cedar Park High School Timberwolves girls won state championship, so I got to visit right after all that happened. So it was such a surreal experience to be on campus. Last thing, promise. I got to see Tor Tarvin yesterday, and again, I want my kids to go there. Sorry, Jimmy, but I don't give you enough credit, but that school is really amazing, guys. Like, I'm not gonna say it right, the Geo whatever, like, I didn't realize like high tech, it is amazing. Like, I didn't realize how high tech we were when it came to building our schools, and it just gives me so much hope for our future, for what we're providing for our kids. So that's all I got. And Jim, I agree with you. We gotta remember why we're here. We're here for the kids and because LISD is the best district in Texas. So yes, I think everyone needs to put their differences aside and work together. And honestly, that's why I love this board. I love that we all bring different perspectives to the table and we're able to have conversations and figure out what's best for our students. I enjoy those conversations. So I appreciate you saying that. And I also think we need to get to work. Let's put the madness aside. Let's do this. That's all I got.
All right, that concludes board members' remarks. And with those words of getting to work, here we go. Moving on to the consent agenda. Board members, if there is no motion to remove an item, I need a motion to approve all the items on the consent.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion from Jim. Do I have a second?
Second.
And I have a second from Alexis. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes. No nays. Motion carries. We have our finance people we're going to bring up. Is the superintendent report long, or would it be okay? You want to go ahead and do the superintendent report? We'll let our guest. As you know, board members, when we have guests in the district, we'll try to hear from them. So we'll go ahead and move forward. And I think the action item is, it's not an action item, it's an operation discussion. Is it the bonds, Elaine? Is that what we're doing? Okay. So we're going to move, around in our agenda just a bit, and I'm going to go, if we're following the leader, I'll go click on it too in here so we can find out where we are. Discussion, this is a nice long agenda. Item 2, discussion of all matters incident and related to the issuance and sales of the Leander Independent School District Unlimited Tax Bond, School Building Bonds, Series 2021A, including the adoption of an order authorizing the issuance of such bonds in one or more series, establishing parameters for the sale and issuance of such bonds, and delegating certain matters to the authorized district officials.
Great job. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Gearing. This item is just for discussion and really not a deep discussion tonight. This is the parameter order for a new money sale in conjunction with the refunding that we have looked at in the last few weeks. The plan is on April 8th, we will bring forward what the true new money needs are and then have the board approve that exact amount on April 22nd. This parameter order is written to cover the entire remaining authorization of $167 million. But as you will see on the 8th, we don't need anywhere close to that at this point. So this item is just for information tonight, but we do have members of PFM with us this evening. As you know, John Crumrine, who's been the face of PFM, has left the firm. And so this evening we have Blake Roberts and Dennis Whaley and Jennifer aren't here in the audience, and Blake just wants to give you an update on where we are on the refunding. The market has moved on us since we were looking at the numbers in late January, early February. So there are still some savings opportunities, but not as great as what we were first looking at. And so I'll turn it over to Blake.
Thanks, Elaine.
If we could get you to press the button on your mic, that way we can hear you. Awesome, thank you.
There we go. Is that better? Thank you. Good evening, board. Thank you for having me. Again, as Elaine said, my name is Blake Roberts. I'm a director with PFM Financial Advisors. We're the district's financial advisor. Just giving you an update on the refunding, as Elaine mentioned, we've modeled the new money issuance of the remaining authorization from your 2017 bond program. And the good news is, that's able to be issued and affordable in the current tax rate and plan of finance that we have for the district. And so whether that is the full amount or something much less than that, you're in a good spot there. The refunding, as we discussed earlier in February, is also still in the money and provides really significant savings for the district. I did just want to bring up the fact that if you've watched the markets, the taxable treasury market, there's been a sell-off over the past few weeks, and rates have risen anywhere between 50 and 60 basis points on the 10-year, for example, over the past month and a half or so. And so, whereas before in early February we had savings of present value savings of approximately 60 million or so, that is now dropped to about 40 million in present value savings. So a pretty good drop from where we were a month and a half ago. The good news is that the savings as we measure it from an efficiency standpoint is still very strong. So typically we want to see present value savings north of 5% or so. They were at 22% a month ago, and we're still at 14% present value savings. So there's nothing that suggests that we changed course. We're still advancing with accelerating payment and increasing amortization rates where we can to quickly pay down more expensive cab debt while also maintaining your goal of flexibility for future bonds. And so, the refunding savings is still strong, and the plan of action will be upon approval of new money next April the 8th. We will then come and put together a timeline and probably sell both combined new money bonds and refunding bonds in mid to late May and close on those bonds in late June. So that's the game plan. We'll of course visit with S&P and seek to tell the excellent credit story of Leander ISD and expect a rating affirmation that your AA rating, and we'll come back to you with more information on the 8th.
So again, no action this evening. This is just an information item. I initially was going to have you approve the parameter this evening, but then decided we probably really need to talk about what our new money needs are so that you understand that before you just approve the blanket. So next meeting, we'll get into the numbers on the new money and we'll move forward.
One quick question. Do we have, and this is a crystal ball question, so I apologize in advance, but do we have any sense of what S&P may, with the work that we've done, is it out of the realm of possibility that our credit could go higher than AA?
It is not out of the realm of possibility. I think certainly the district has done a tremendous work on the debt profile and, keeping fund balance levels very, very high. And the economy here continues to boom, even with COVID. The housing market is so strong. I think what they will balance, and I'm going to sort of give you my best answer, is all the great management pieces and financing or financial position of the district with potential additional debt for new facilities that may be discussed down the line. I think there's, the fact that there is still growth needs and that those sort of capital needs are still being discussed and finalized, that may be a consideration for them on if there's potential for a rating upgrade. But certainly in 2016, when we visited with them, we made the case clear that your debt service line went from something that was ascending to something that is now affordable within your means, and that's still the case today. And so I don't know that I can tell you that a rating upgrade is likely, but we'll certainly make the case that given the financial performance and continued economic strength that it certainly warrants a hard look at a AA+.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? All Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam President, my next item has a guest here as well, if you would like me to just to continue on.
Yes, are we on discussion resolution authorizing participation in Texas Fixed Income Trust?
That would be it.
Yes, please.
We have with us this evening Ken Couch, director with, I always get this wrong, so let me look at my notes, Water Walker Investments. That's really hard to say. Should have thought about that with the name. This is an investment pool that's relatively new to Texas, but has been in the Florida market for quite some time. And we're always looking for additional investments to diversify our portfolio and to get more interest earnings. And because of the way the pool is structured, their fee structure is lower, and so their yields are a little bit higher than the other pools that we are in. And so we're bringing this action forward for approval for the district to participate in this new investment pool. And I'll let Mr. Couch add anything to that.
Thank you for allowing me to come speak tonight. I've worked with school districts, cities, counties, municipalities for 25 years here in Texas. I started my career with the Texas Association of School Boards, so I'm very familiar with school districts and the challenges. And I really appreciated your speech, by the way. I've sat through many board meetings, and that was very, very good, by the way. But the pool that we offer here in Texas, your neighbors are currently using. You got Austin ISD, Pflugerville ISD, and many others, Dallas ISD as well. And it is a daily liquidity fund. Put your money in today, take it out tomorrow if you need it. It's AAA rated by S&P, and it meets the Public Funds Investment Act statutes, if you will, that we have to adhere by. One of the other things that we adhere by as well is the internal investment policy of the district. So before we even accept Leander ISD as an investor, we have to review the policy and then sign off saying that we've read it and what we invest in for the funds adheres to the internal policy as well. So not just state statutes, but the internal policies as well. And as Elaine said, the Fed keeping rates as low as they have, it still is offering a very competitive yield. For 2020, we outperformed similar funds 10 out of 12 months. So not just a good performance, but a consistent performance. And we would be more than happy to continue working with Leander ISD and Elaine, and I'm here for any questions.
Board members, any questions?
Unfortunately, I don't know what I don't know, so I will have to defer to the experts. But is there a downside? Is there a risk that we should be aware of? And if so, is that risk any more significant than any other investment tools we're using?
You know, without going through the history of investments for local governments, nothing is risk-free. But that's why the Public Funds Investment Act scrutinizes what we can and can't invest in. So a lot of the things that we're investing in is treasuries, you know, that are backed by the U.S. government, agencies that have that federal guarantee on it as well. Commercial paper, but highly rated commercial paper as well. And commercial paper is basically a promissory note from a company. And we also incorporate certificates of deposit in our funds as well. So if you were to look at the portfolio holdings of our funds and the portfolio of the funds that are here in Texas, very similar. There's not much variance in what we can and can't invest in. So,
great. I appreciate that clarification.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we have one more guest this evening. Are they?
Madam President, I don't believe he's joined yet, has he, Mark?
Okay,
No.
well then we will go ahead. We might have to jump around in the agenda just a bit more, but we'll go ahead and start back up at the top until our guest joins us and proceed with the superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam President. A very quick update just on our COVID response. Our staff numbers have changed very little, and this has been true since very early on in the COVID response, and so you continue to see those very consistent numbers. And this data that we're presenting in the slides today, updated March 24th. Our enrollment number continues to tick up. And more importantly, we continue to see our in-person numbers rising, which is good for us, especially with hold harmless, the way that it is going to be calculated in the 6 weeks. So we continue to see those numbers rising, and we're watching those very carefully. The COVID numbers themselves are still fluctuating somewhat. As you can see, after spring break, our first week back has been very low. We expect that will rise probably over the next couple of weeks, as it has after every other holiday that we've come back from, but we continue to monitor those numbers very closely. What I'm noticing as those come in, and you may have noticed the same thing, but we have several cases that have 0 quarantines with them now because of the way that the protocols are working. So that seems to be working well. Our vaccination update. We're very, very excited that all teachers and school staff eligible for vaccination since March 4th. We hope that our 16+ students will be eligible by March 29th. Every employee who wants to be vaccinated should have access by March 26th. That's this week, based on signups. And then you can see all the opportunities that we're offering our staff to make sure that they have the opportunity to be vaccinated. So we're very grateful to all of the partners who are working with us, both Travis and Williamson County Health Departments, as well as various private entities as well, and we're very grateful for those partnerships. We want to continue to thank all of our staff who are doing an unbelievable job of maintaining protocols, of keeping themselves and our kids and their families safe, and also then helping to keep our schools open by covering classes, by substituting where necessary. We have central office folks who are still helping out at the campus level, and we're very, very grateful. That team has truly pulled together, and it has enabled us to weather what's become a very long marathon of response, but they continue to shine, and I appreciate everyone. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members, any questions? Dr. Gehring, I'm curious on the attendance rates. When we looked at secondary, we saw a large increase in the numbers. I think it was over 800 students. Do you attribute that to something? And I'm asking because I know at one time there was this discussion of there was going to be more, there were activities and things planned for some of our students who wanted to return for that last part of their year, right, their graduation, whatever that is. Is that what's happening and is occurring there, or is this something different?
So I think this is organic and natural. At this point, we have not put anything specific in place to encourage those students to come back in person, but we're starting to see that happen naturally. I think as vaccinations have come on board and as the numbers have continued to fall, I think that's just been a natural process of the feeling of our community that says it's safe to return to school.
Awesome. All right. All right. Well, that concludes our superintendent's report. The next item on our agenda is focus on finance, but we are going to move that to our next meeting. And Elaine will be getting us information on that, so we have plenty of time to read it before we have the discussion on it at our next meeting. Small housekeeping, board members, remember that now your meetings, the agendas that are coming up in the future are in your board premiere, so you can always kind of look there. This isn't up there yet, but it will be. So, all right, we'll move on to our next item. If we have nobody called in, okay. We'll move on to our discussion action item, student experience. Consider approval of the pre-kindergarten program for 3-year-olds.
All right, good evening, Madam President and other board members. Great to see you all tonight. We are here to talk about pre-K, pre-kindergarten for 3-year-olds. We did a complete presentation on this during our last meeting, so we are seeking action on this item tonight, and we're seeking action I'm looking for your consideration for approval of to expand our pre-kindergarten to all eligible 3-year-olds for a half-day pre-K for the next school year. We just shared a quick couple of facts. Kendra? I'll click, sure.
Good evening. So as Matt said, we made a full presentation last time and also shared a lot of research, but just wanted to hit on a couple of big points here that just kind of remember why we're talking 3-year-olds. And so you can just go through these pretty quickly. It was just kind of a reminder of what access to education does to students and at the earliest ages. You will see research showing that with students being eligible and participating in a high quality pre-K, that they are less likely to have retention, incarceration, all of those things that can lead to if you don't have that rich environment at a very young age. And so it really is an investment in our students. And there's multitude of research out there that shows for every $1 that you spend and invest in early childhood, it saves anywhere from, I saw research from $4 to $17. So I've also seen it just come straight out of, the $9 return value. So we really do feel like this is an investment worth making for our students in Leander.
And that's basically it. You all have had a lot of different discussions about equity and how to close achievement gaps. And basically, we have references for all of this data that making sure we close those achievement gaps when they're smaller and preparing them to be ready to enter kindergarten on grade level is of the utmost importance. And if we are not able to do that to the extent that we can or can't, impacts the rest of their lives. This is a little bit of data. We do not have data for full day pre-K. This is our first year of having that for our 4-year-olds. But just a little data about 2 years ago, sharing data about our half day 4-year-old pre-K. And when you looked at eligible students who had attended pre-K in the blue bars versus the students who were eligible but did not attend pre-K in the gold, you see that there is a significant difference in being ready, their kindergarten readiness with math and with language and reading. So also, the National Institute of Early Education Research says that if 1 year of early childhood preschool is good, that 2 years has a even higher impact. And we really want all of our students to have the opportunity to be successful and reach their full potential as they move through Leander ISD in our system. And we believe strongly that building a really, really high quality, strong early childhood experience is the way to go about that. And that's where we'll leave it and open it up for discussion.
To clarify, when I'm reading the letter here, it says the proposal request for approval encompasses solely the expansion of pre-kindergarten for 3-year-old children. It does not include any proposals for the realignment of early childhood special education classrooms into early childhood community sites. The work is only in the initial phases as more input is being gathered from parents, teachers, and campus leaders. So do you just want to kind of clarify?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct, Madam President. Some of the ideas we shared about the realignment of some of our classes and programs for our early childhood communities is still in the early stages, and we are still gathering a lot of input from our parents and our teachers and working hand in hand with our principals to gather that input right now. So we are not coming to you this evening for approval on any of that. We are just looking for approval to expand pre-kindergarten eligibility or availability to our 3-year-olds that are deemed eligible using the criteria that the state gives us for eligibility on pre-kindergarten.
So when do we plan to have a decision on the ELE, SLE? Because it's ARD season right now. We've got parents wondering, are their child going to transfer? But most importantly, we've got staff members who are trying to prepare for that move, and they're being told one thing and another. So where are we going to end up with that? Where's the final decision?
So we do have our principals reaching out. They decided what is the best way to reach out to their community and their parents. And so we're receiving information. We've said 2 weeks from now, we'd like to gather that input and then hopefully look campus by campus and program by program and what's appropriate for that community. So hopefully within 2 weeks, we'll have some of that information and we can share that with you.
And just clarification that some of the considered moves, that does impact around 49 students and their families, and so we want to make sure that we are honoring the families' needs and input and looking at the teachers and working together to provide the best solution possible for us, for our district and for our families.
So I had one more question. It's on slide 5. Can you all give me a better explanation? Because when I saw this, I'm kind of offended that a child who is not ready for kinder, we go straight into incarceration. I mean, also like kindergarten, we have children in special education in kindergarten. I read that and I'm thinking right now off the bat, 2 of my kids, according to LISD, would not be prepared for kindergarten. I would like more explanation on this.
So Kendra was not really comfortable with this slide once we put it in, and we wrestled with whether to do it. There is a higher possibility that students will be over-identified for special education, that they will need more intervention as they travel through the schools, and that data does show that students who do not enter kinder already, there is a higher rate of retention. Incarceration was the word that in retrospect I probably would have deleted, although the data does state that students who, when tested, are not shown to be ready, considered at grade level and ready to enter kindergarten and be successful, are at risk. Kendra's got the name of a study that they did over the course of 30 years, right, which demonstrated that, yeah, there was an increased rate of incarceration for students that started kindergarten behind. But not trying to have a predestining for anyone. We'll still work really hard to make sure all of our students are getting caught up, that the achievement gaps close, and that they have every opportunity to succeed.
So I'm guessing with these new early childhood hubs or centers or communities, as we're calling them, we're going to see a more emphasis on child find and being able to identify those students who need intervention, who need to be in special education. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Kendra and Kimberly are working hand in hand in weekly meetings to, sorry, Kendra, you go ahead.
So absolutely, Child Find is a big part of the philosophy behind this, is being able to focus resources. And we are working together to try to figure out a way to get our Child Find people out of the ARD process and out into the community to really do what Child Find is intended to do, and that is to find children. So that just is a part of the bigger overall plan, but very excited about some of the things we're implementing to try to get to that.
Board members, for the community sites update, are y'all going to want to see something in a Friday memo, or would you rather see something on an agenda item?
I honestly, after going through this discussion, I would love to see an agenda item, because I feel like it would be better for as a board to understand what our ELE, ESLE, and our dual language program and the impact that it has not only on our children, but the community as a whole for that campus. So I know that's adding on more stuff for us, but I'd love to see an agenda item.
I'm looking for some head nods, though. Okay,
just kidding.
And I'm glad you asked that question about slide 5, because I had similar concerns. I'm like, okay, if we don't give them 3-year-old pre-K, they're going to go to jail.
No, that's how I read it, and I was like ready to go in full bear mama mode.
All right, I nailed the message, is what you're telling me. So thank you. No, it's just that there is a higher risk of all of those things, and I don't want to shy away from those types of statistics. But I don't want to insinuate or imply that that is a foregone conclusion if we don't give them pre-K experiences.
And the other thing I wanted to say, and I just kind of want to lob a compliment towards Anna. This is what makes you so valuable on the board, because you know those questions to ask, that when you asked the follow-up question, I was like, yeah. So
sorry.
But But that's what this board is about, right? Everybody brings their piece, right? So very much appreciate those questions.
Ready? You want me to read this? Can we go now? I moved that the board approve a pre-kindergarten program for 3-year-old children in Leander ISD beginning in the 2021-2022 school year who qualify under the state's eligibility criteria.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I get to smile.
Thank you, and the team, y'all, awesome work. I mean, just high fives, virtual high fives, air high fives. All right, moving on to the instructional material selection and local policy process discussion. Matt, you don't need to go anywhere. You can just stay right there.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to invite one of our
Jennifer.
other exceptional
Madam President,
staff members to help. Oh,
we
apologies.
do have Colby Nichols ready if you would like to take him.
We've already, let's go ahead and we're just gonna have to wait. Sorry. We'll go ahead and start with y'all.
All right, like I was saying, I have Jennifer Collins, our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum, with me up here to assist. First of all, I just would like to thank our Board of Trustees and the community for their patience and cooperation as we continue to methodically work through the thorough vetting of each title for the high school student choice book clubs. Quick history. Last spring, we engaged in a process to purchase 200 titles to supplement our curriculum with resources to help us comply with a portion of the new state English language arts standards, directing students to analyze literary elements in not only classic, but also contemporary and diverse literary texts. We also decided to use student choice book clubs to do this because the new standards also call for students to self-select literary texts. They're going to self-direct too. A large group of teachers were engaged to assist central office staff with selecting books to supplement our vast inventory of classics with contemporary titles from a broad spectrum of genres, authors, cultures, viewpoints, genders, themes, and lived experiences. And I just want to take a moment to give our teachers who participated in that process credit for engaging in that very important work. Now, back in late October, we engaged in the first round of book clubs, and at that time, questions were raised about some of the materials. So at that time, we paused all of the book clubs pending a comprehensive review of each title. And this review was performed by what now is an increasingly larger group of parents, community members, and staff who continue to reach out to us to participate, and we continue to invite. All are welcome. After 3 review cycles, the process participants have determined that there are considerations sufficient for the removal of a small number of texts from the 2020-2021 book clubs while we examine policy and work to ensure that we have strong processes and procedures in place for communication and involvement of our stakeholders in what books their students read. So that's pretty much everything I want to say, except one more thing, just clear up one misconception, namely that our English curriculum has been replaced by the student choice book clubs. This could not be farther from the truth. Our exceptional teachers continue to engage students in the same rigorous LISD language arts curriculum that has historically resulted in high academic achievement, as you are all accustomed to. Student choice book clubs are meant to supplement our curriculum with more independent reading and student choice, not supplant it. So let's move on with an overview of the book review process and that is currently underway, and report out on progress and updates and results so far. So I'm going to hand it over to Jennifer for that. Thank you for listening.
All right, so I'm thankful that I've been able to participate in all of our book club review cycles so far. So I just want to talk to you guys a little bit about what it's like to be a part of the cycles and the different kinds of work that's happening. So our book review participants, we do have parents, community members, teachers, librarians, and other staff members that are participating in our book review process. You'll see here that cycle 1 began in November and was wrapped up in December, and we had 49 participants. Cycle 2 started in January and wrapped up in February, and we had 88 participants. Cycle 3, February and March, and we had 66 participants. And then we're concurrently doing cycles 4 and 5. It actually started this evening. So started in March, it will wrap up in April, and we are up to 185 participants. We want to show you a little bit about what that breakdown looks like. We do survey our participants just to find out a little bit about them. So of the 185 participants in cycle 4, 122 are parents, 44 are district employees, and 19 are both parents and district employees. And so you'll see down at the bottom what kind of counts under that umbrella as district employees. So the process, what does it look like whenever we're going through a book review cycle? So to begin, prior to coming together, we assign books. Sometimes it's 1 book, sometimes it's 2 books, depending on the length of the titles, to different book clubs. So we group together 4, 5, 6 participants who are all going to read the same 1 or 2 books. And then prior to our first meeting, they are asked to read those books and to take notes on the titles. We give them a note-taking device and some ideas about different categories to take notes on as they're reading. Then whenever they come together for the first meeting, there is a lot of whole group learning that happens. We want our volunteers to understand the intent of the unit of study. Language arts is not about teaching a book. We do not teach the Scarlet Letter. We use the Scarlet Letter in order to teach concepts specific to language arts. And so we need our community members to understand the learning that is expected through the literature that we're using. Then we break out into some Zoom breakout rooms, and we get to talk about our books that we read. So we're partnered with people who read the same book that we did, and we're going through those notes that we took on the books. We're having dialogue, and then we're taking together notes that are going to be shared back with our CACAC process improvement facilitators. Then, after the 2 or 3 times that you come together, each individual person has an opportunity to provide individualized feedback on each book read. So we do not ask our book clubs to come to consensus about a book. What we ask them to do is to take notes on all of the feedback that's provided, and then we ask them to provide individual feedback on each book that's read. After we have that feedback, our process improvement facilitators share that data with Matt and I, and we look not just at numbers, we look at all of the feedback that has been provided, and an executive summary is then published for you guys and published for our community. So that's kind of the process that we go through. It's very comprehensive, and I could not be prouder of our process improvement facilitators and the attention to detail that they, along with our secondary language arts team, have had in going through a very comprehensive review process.
All right, so I want to share some results with you this evening. Jennifer just gave you some information about the process and some of the dates and the participants. So in cycle 1, 15 titles were reviewed, and 11 of the titles were found to meet the criteria and were made available for use in the 2021 book clubs. Consideration sufficient to remove titles from the 2020-2021 language arts book clubs. There were 3 titles that met that criteria according to the process participants. And then there was 1 additional title that was set aside pending further review, which what that means is discussions and planning and looking with our director of counseling and our ADAP personnel to ensure that any titles that may require some additional support or information for our teachers or for counseling we would be ready for that if we choose to reinstate that title. So cycle 2, you see that out of the 15 titles, 13 titles met the criteria for use. None of the titles from cycle 2 were found by participants to have consideration sufficient for removal for the 2020-2021 school year. And 2 titles have been, again, set aside pending further review by our counseling team. Cycle 3, 12 titles met the criteria, and 3 titles have been set aside because considerations sufficient to remove for the 2020-2021 book club were found by the process participants. So our commitment moving forward, was I doing commitment and you're doing action steps?
Sure.
Apologize.
That's okay.
It's a team effort. Our commitment moving forward to our community and to you, our trustees, is to develop a detailed, step-by-step literature selection process that involves our parents. Not offering opportunities for involvement, but guaranteeing opportunities for involvement. We are committing to providing an easy-to-find, published list or catalog of approved titles and descriptions of those titles. We commit to ensuring and developing and tweaking to have a consistent process for parent communication across the district and opportunities for parents to identify titles that they do not want their students to read. And as you heard earlier tonight, and a method for them to understand and guarantee that they can work with teachers to ensure that other titles that they are comfortable with are made available for their students to read. And finally, clarifying the process for reconsideration of instructional materials that is currently in place. So as for next steps.
So our next steps are we need to continue with our review cycles. So as I mentioned tonight, we started cycles 4 and 5. We're doing both of the English 1 book club units at the same time. So that's why we're considering it cycles 4 and 5. And so we still have cycles 6, 7, and 8 to go. After we finish those cycles, there's more work to be done because we have these titles that are not being used this year, and we need to have consideration and other opportunities to figure out, do they belong in our curriculum? And if so, where would that be? We do want to continue to work with our Board of Trustees on policy development. We know that there is some work that needs to happen on policy specific to instructional materials, and we believe that that's some of our next steps. We are working to tighten up our parent communication plan. So in our units of study, specific to book clubs right now, there are some resources that are being used. We want to get feedback from our CACAC team as well as from our teachers who are using that current process so that we can tighten that up and make it more standardized across our system. And then we're committed, as Matt mentioned just a minute ago, to have a website that has that parent letter about ELA instructional materials, that we have a literature catalog available, the literature selection process there, and then a request for the reconsideration form. It was an exhibit in EF in the past and was pulled, and so we just want to make sure that that's easy for people to find as it is needed. So we do know that there are others who are interested in being part of our book review process, and if they're interested, they can email me, and so there's my email address, and we just keep a running list of people who are interested in being a part, and when it's time to begin the next cycle, they get an email that says, if you're interested, fill out this form. So please reach out if you're interested in being a part of this process.
Board members, I know there are a lot of questions. I'd like us to try to make sure we share the air a bit too, because there are so many. Let's try to ask one or one follow-up. Jim, I saw your mic go on first.
So I appreciate that. There's a little bit of background before I get to the question, so I'm probably going to be a little lengthy. I apologize. I will try to just hit the high points. First high point that I really want to make sure that we're talking about is the work that our administration and the work that our teachers are doing. It disgusts me to think that some of the things that have been said about our staff and our teachers are even entertained out there in the fake world of Facebook. It disgusts me. You all do good work. You have purity of intent, and I appreciate the work that you do. We're going to have a hard conversation. We're going to have several hard conversations. we all have accountability for this. Myself and the board included, right? This is not throwing people under the bus. This is not looking for scapegoats. This is the hard work that this board has to do. So I just want to make sure we're clear about that. As I set up my question, you're going to understand, you're going to hear that I will make no reference to any author, any title, any subject, any genre, any year of publication, any theme, any content. None of that is in my wheelhouse. That's not what we do as a board. But I do have some concerns based on the presentation. And just so you know, I did go back and watch in entirety our November 5th presentation, just to make sure I hadn't missed anything. And I'm trying to put this together. So if you will indulge me for just a second, Madam President and the board. The first thing is that the board approves the resources, and by resources, I'm understanding those are the selections that have been vetted and brought forward. Ultimately, the board is going to approve those. So we do have a stake in this process. It was further stated, and this is back in November, that the protocol we go through is to talk about very specific aspects of the books and the content. And then we go through a process of scrutiny, analysis, and debate. And then today we talked about the criteria that we use for these books. But we haven't defined what that criteria is. So here's where I want to go. And I have 12 pages here, and I'm going to skip through just to hit the points that are.
You can come back. It's not only one question for the whole meeting. So
no,
okay.
I get that, but I want to lay this landscape out because I think, at least in my mind, if you can help me put this together, I think we can do the good work. We have a language arts program that we have goals and objectives of what we want that language arts program to do. We don't just throw a program out there and go, hey, look, we have language arts. We have very specific goals and objectives that we want to accomplish. And because we're in public education and we have to follow the TEKS, those goals and objectives align to the TEKS. And much smarter board members long ago, before I got here, came up with a graduate profile that says, if we have our goals and objectives and they align with the TEKS, they're going to line up with our graduate profile, which is our statement of what we want our students to graduate the program, what skills and knowledge and how do we know that we've set them up for success. Am I on track? Okay, so I'm getting to my question. If we have goals and objectives that align with the TEKS, that meet our graduate profile, then we have to have specific or essential elements in a book, regardless, again, I'm not talking about any individual book. I don't care about individual books right now. But when we put a book into our program to hit those goals and objectives, there are essential elements of that book that we're looking at. Is that a true statement?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. I've given up a lot of sleep trying to study this stuff. Is there a book, and again, I don't care about the title, the author, the theme, the content, the genre, I don't care about any of that. Is there in existence a single book that if we do not provide that book to our students, there's a high likelihood that some student in our program is not going to be able to meet the graduate profile? Is there such a book in anything to do with language arts? Is there one book that can we hold up a book and say, if we don't put this particular book in front of a student, high likelihood that student will not graduate? Does that book exist?
No, not for graduation. I would say for our AP exams, there are some books that we want to make sure that students have an opportunity to read so that they could be proficient on the AP exams. But as far as the graduate profile goes, as far as meeting the state standards, no, there is not one singular book.
Bingo. So what I'm hearing is we have goals and objectives that meet our TEKS, that meet our graduate profile, that we look to criteria that are essential elements to get those students across the finish line. That's the work that y'all are doing. Okay, so I studied all 49 pages of the TEKS. Wow, I very much appreciate what y'all do. The TEKS embodies, and this is directly from the TEKS, interconnected nature of listening, speaking, writing, thinking through 7 integrated strands. And those strands are foundational language skills, comprehension, response, multiple genres, author's purpose and craft, composition, and inquiry and research. The strands focus on academic oracy, which is proficiency in oral expression and comprehension, authentic reading, and reflective writing to ensure illiterate texts. Okay, that sounds cool. The foundational skills of comprehension skills, response skills in multiple genres. Ooh, multiple genres. All right, that got my attention. So I started looking at multiple genres. They were talking about listening, speaking, reading, writing, and thinking using multiple text, literary elements in order to recognize and analyze literary elements within and across increasingly complex, traditional, contemporary, classical, and diverse literary texts. And I was like, oh, we're getting to what the problem is now. We have to be. So given all of the feedback and all of the contentiousness that exists in our community over the actual content of the book, I said, okay, certainly somewhere in the TEKS, there are some words. So I did a search. I pulled the document and then I did a search by words. And here's the words that I used. I looked for religion, sex, sexual, sexuality, controversial, rape, adult, parental, consent, consensual, mature, maturity, appropriate, relationships, explicit, which was only used in terms of explicit and implicit meaning in language, nudity, romance, romantic, young adult, gay, lesbian, homosexual, heterosexual, straight, bisexual, asexual, queer, diversity, community, liberal, conservative, profanity, agenda, values, acceptance, hate, bigotry, xenophobia, and tolerance. I looked for all of those words in the TEKS. I found none. Here's what I found in the TEKS. They want items that were specifically called out. The TEKS said they want students to be able to plan, develop, analyze, evaluate, compose, critique, engage, follow, participate, determine, generate, create, write, paraphrase, discuss, reflect, respond, defend, synthesize, and publish. No mention of a particular genre, theme, subject matter, time period, ideology, belief, or idea. So there's nowhere in the TEKS that says that we have to provide a very specific type of book to get our students across the finish line. In short, the TEKS appears to focus on teaching students how to read, not what to read. We're in the wrong business. That's your job. Yeah. You have said that we have goals and objectives that we want to align to the TEKS that meet the graduate profile to get our kiddos across the finish line. Go do that good work. Bring us the information. Remember, though, you have stated there's not a single particular book, regardless of the title or genre or author or any of that other stuff, that if we don't put it in a student's hand, they're not going to graduate.
Is that your question, Jim?
I think my question was in there. Thank you.
Okay, okay. You can come back, but you might have to wait a few minutes for everybody else to, we're good? Okay, Anna.
I was trying to figure all this out because Christina and I got thrown into this mix. We weren't elected yet for the November 5th meeting, so trying to figure out the processes and whatnot was rather confusing, I'll be honest. My question is, y'all know me, I like to try to figure out and be nosy and find everything. On 5/18/2017, from a board meeting, it's my understanding there was a curriculum management audit discussed. And this is what came out from our local policy, was that meeting that whoever's on the board in 2017 voted on that. And that's where those titles came into play because of what the audit showed. So I guess my question is, what was the point of this policy if we're not going to follow it? Because the way I'm looking at it, what would stop a parent that's in special education coming up here demanding for services to be told? Like, would we get the same treatment? Like, I'm just confused. There's a process, so why wasn't the process followed? It was voted on in 2017. So I'm trying to like fully understand this because I really want to understand this whole picture. I really do. But at the same time, I know when I have a grievance with the district, there's a process to go through it. So why aren't we following this process? Are we just going to start making up different policies for different individuals who come up and are unhappy with what we do in Leander ISD?
Is EF Local, is that what you're holding up? Okay. So EF Local is a formal process that anyone can go through. We have had people complete the EF Local paperwork. They have all been redacted, and so we have not had to go through the formal EF process. What we chose to do instead as a curriculum team was to vet these titles in a very thorough way. So if someone did fill out the paperwork for EF Local, we would go through the EF Local process. We have not had anyone move forward with that. We have had someone fill out the paperwork, but then it was rescinded.
And my last question, I mean, I have more, but as far as, I guess for me as a parent, I have a child in 10th grade. And I was trying to figure out where this lack of communication was. And I sent this to you, and I'll send it to you. I will not post on Facebook. But ever since my child's 8th grade year, so 3 years, we've gotten pictures of book clubs and pictures of everything. And what happens, you click on a link, and it gives you the complete description of said book, the title of said book, and most importantly, on that letter from 8th, 9th, and 10th grade that I've received from our teacher, to staff and whoever, where, hey, sit down with your child and go over these books. My child is very literal. There's certain books I don't want him to read because we're not ready for that conversation. But because our educators for my son were able to give us that information, I was able to sit down with my child, find a book that was appropriate for our family. Because I'll be honest, I'm for parent choice here. That's how I roll. I don't want anyone to tell my child, you know, their beliefs, whatnot. So I'm trying to understand, is this not happening everywhere? Because I'm seeing, like, when you talk about communication, what else are you wanting to do? Like, I'm seeing it happen here. So is it not happening everywhere else?
So the document that you're holding up is a district-created document. It is within our essential units of study, and it is the process that should be followed. As a parent, I too receive the information. Sometimes I fill out a Google survey and say, these are the books that my child is interested in reading, and then the teacher makes it happen. So we do know that across our system, the process is being followed. We can't say that it's being followed 100% of the time, and so that's what we're trying to tighten up, is to make sure that every teacher, before they do book clubs, is following this process that's in our essential unit of study. And so we want to get the feedback from the parents that are participating in CACAC. How's that working for you? Is this having the outcome that we hope that it has? Teachers, how is this working for you? What do we need to tighten up so that we tighten it and we launch next year's book clubs with very standardized processes? But that is the process that is currently in our essential unit of study.
So then what other communication tools are y'all going to do to ensure? Because I mean, you can email and you can print out flyers, you can post it on social media. It's just not going to reach everyone. So what is the backup plan? Like, I'm truly trying to understand where that breakdown of communication is.
So we've done a lot of research about other districts, and do they have other tools or resources that they're using that maybe we're not using here in Leander ISD. The website is one thing that we found to make it very simple and clear, that if I miss an email or I miss a communication from a teacher, but I want to know more, it's easy for me to go and find. So it's kind of a second layer of communication. We do not want to take away the communication prior to a book club unit. We believe that that's very important, and we would want to continue that as a part of the process. We also want to make sure that there's a place where people can find very easily to find that exact same information at any time, not just prior to their book club unit. You would also be able to see for other courses that your child is not in.
Board members, just a bit of housekeeping. My request for y'all wasn't meant to limit your questions. It isn't you only get one and you pile it all in. It was just to do so that everybody gets an opportunity to share the mic. So just, you know, let's make sure we all get to ask one, and then pop in with your second one. When everyone gets a second one, you can pop in with your third. And I know you meant this, Anna, but just for anybody who's listening, of course, when we send emails, we'll always send it to Donna, who can then send it out to us or through Friday memo. I know that's what you meant, but.
And so I really appreciate that. That is all of the stuff that is supposed to happen after this board has approved the list. And it goes back to that foundational piece of And I think this is where we get sideways with communication, because we have nebulous parameters on again, and please do not take this as an affront, because it is not. You are the professionals, and I very much appreciate what you all do.
Jim, let's, okay.
My question, can we see on a slide what the criteria is? When they get together and they discuss books, there's a lot of parents, I don't know what the answers are. When we discuss books, what criteria? We pulled books. Why did we pull the books? Because there obviously was some criteria, some threshold that was met, that somebody decided, no, that's not right. That's just as important, right? And I think that's where we're getting sideways, is we can't look to a document or a slide or something that says, here are the essential elements needed in a book to get our kids across the finish line. So we have no frame of reference when a parent says this is inappropriate. Quite honestly, the idea that we want literature that represents all of the students in our community is absolutely vital. I absolutely agree with that. But I don't know what the essential elements are, so I don't know if we've presented the right books. One of the teachers said in one of the emails that we got, if you're going to pull this book that focuses on LGBTQ plus students, what are you going to put in its place that fills that gap for those students? And I said, you know what, that is a brilliant question. I don't know, though, because I don't know what the essential elements are that we're looking for. So I had a lot of caffeine too, I'll be quiet.
So policy EF local does give us our direction that we use whenever we are adopting resources. I would say that the language in policy EF local is pretty broad and pretty general. And so whenever we began the CACAC process, we were hearing from our community. So we asked our community that was participating in cycle 1 to use some continuous improvement tools with us to determine what is the criteria that is important to you as we look at these books. So a little bit deeper than what even policy requires of us. So our criteria that we're using in the CACAC process are diversity, student appeal, literary merit, alignment to our curricular goals, and then student navigation of text, topics, and themes, because these are book clubs, right? So in a high school English classroom, you might have a really challenging text that you're reading as a whole class novel because your teacher is walking you through that novel. And at the end of an act or at the end of a chapter, you can have really good debrief as a class to make sure everybody's on the same page. That's not the intent of book clubs. The intent of book clubs is we need students to be able to manage these texts and these themes and these topics on their own and to have dialogue with their peers. Yes, they will be talking with their teachers, but the teacher's not stepping them through every bit of the text like you do with a whole class novel. So those are the criteria that we're using. We use them with cycle 1. We re-vetted them with cycle 2 to make sure that those additional members felt like they were a good criteria. We did a little bit of tweaking, and then now that's the criteria that we're using all the way through the CACAC process. When and if we have some adjustment to policy, then we will layer the new policy on top of what we're doing with CACAC, and that's definitely what we're going to have to look at as we're looking at the books that are not being used for the 2021 school year.
I think it just is important to clarify that the board is not making the selections of these books, right? So the board is setting a policy that outlines the criteria for the professional staff to go away and make these selections. So I wasn't sure from what you said about book lists that was clear, so I just want to make sure we clarify that.
Thank you, Dr. Garing. That was also on my notes. Alexis, you were up? Did you have? Okay. So Alexis, Aaron, or Christine, I just want to make sure we have.
So if I may, I have a couple of things. I guess my first question I'm going to direct to Dr. Garing. I'm trying to make sure I'm crystal clear on how we got to where we are today, because I'm getting some conflicting information that I'm having a little difficulty reconciling. On the one hand, you and Dr. Bentz on multiple occasions have indicated that we didn't follow our prescribed process, and that contributed to some of the friction around certain titles and those issues. I've heard from members of our staff via emails and communications at citizen comments and elsewhere that we followed our process exactly right and that these titles came out of that process as they should have. Can you help me understand your perspective on whether or not we followed our process and how I as a board member should view the output of that process?
It's a great question, Aaron, and I think Dr. Benson and I have been very clear that it was not a breakdown in the process necessarily. I think the process is right, but in the process of following the process of the selection of those materials in the first place, we did miss some very explicit material in some of those titles that I certainly personally feel should not be in the hands of our kids. And that is where we, on November 5th, came to the board and said, you know, this process was flawed in terms of the ability we had to review every single title. Part of that was because of COVID. We did not have the same in-person interactions that we normally have in this selection criteria. And so we didn't spend the extra money to buy all the extra books that we had needed to get out to everybody to make sure that all of those titles were vetted the way that they should have been. So I don't think it's a breakdown in the process. I think it's a breakdown in the way that we executed the process. And so I own that. And the board criteria, I think, are correct. Like we said, the board sets those criteria. That's in policy EF, local. I think that criteria is good. The way that we executed that in this particular instance was not exactly right, in my opinion. I do not ever want to be in the position of having to say these titles are in our schools and we feel like there's material inside those titles that that I personally don't want to see in the hands of our kids. And so I think in this case, we owned that very clearly on November 5th, and we continue to own that. And we said, if that's the case, what do we need to do? It's not about an individual title. It's not about specific content, but it is about how do we now go about a process of involving the community and making sure that we're listening to the needs of our community. We want to balance the two things that I think we're hearing here, which is, you know, the state is directing and pushing us to make sure that we get more diverse materials in the hands of our children. And I think that is important. And so we have to go through a process of selecting those materials. At the same time, I don't think the state ever intended necessarily for us to get certain explicit sexual material in the hands of our kids. And so we want to make sure that we deal with that effectively. The way that we chose to do that was through the Citizens Curriculum Advisory Council, and you've heard that process laid out here today, and we're in executing that right now. It's a slow, steady exercise, which takes time because we are reading and reviewing every one of those titles and making sure that we have adequate data to make those selections appropriately.
Thank you for the clarification. Just a follow-up. How should I and my fellow board members in our community understand the role of the CCAC in the moment and going forward? In other words, what role does this committee play now? To what degree is their work limited? And then what is the potential role for such a committee in the future?
Again, that's a great question. Right now, the role of the committee is to review all of the titles that are in the 2020-2021 book club at the high school level. And so it's a very limited, very specific role, and they're reviewing all of those titles. We're in cycle 4 and 5 right now, and cycles 6, 7, and 8 will proceed through the rest of the spring. And then we're going to have further conversation about what happens going forward. So the team will be bringing recommendations for possible policy review to the board's policy review committee so that we can look at what does this look like exactly going forward. And I think that's where that conversation is had about what is the role of CCAC as we move forward.
Thank you. I appreciate you clarifying those things. There are a couple of other comments I want to share, and I've written a few things. I'll probably read a little and riff a little, and we'll see how it goes. The first thing I want to say is over the past several weeks, all of us as board members have received a lot of communication on this subject. I've read a very large number of emails, and I haven't read them all. I would like to be able to read them all, but there are other things in my life, and I've had to choose not to read all of them. But I do try to scan most of them and understand the point of view of the authors of most of them. And I want our community to know that I'm listening, and I'm not just listening to one set of voices. I really am trying to hear and to process the thoughts of all the folks who are taking the time to write to us. I'm confident that I don't have all the answers. I don't know how to resolve all of the points of friction and tension that exist in our community. But I'm going to share my ideas, and I'm going to keep listening. I encourage us all to avoid some of the hyperbolic language that is part of this conversation. Sometimes we take our frustrations out on straw man arguments that aren't really the source of the real tension or the real friction, and we don't really make progress toward finding a solution. I think it's important for us to listen and to focus our conversation in a way that will help us to resolve the underlying issues, the core issues. I also want to be clear, I don't have any issues including literature written by gay, lesbian, or transgender authors. I welcome the voices and perspectives of Black, Hispanic, and other authors who will help to prepare our students to cooperate and succeed in an increasingly global community. But that doesn't mean that anything goes. We've heard some suggest that excluding any book is censorship. I don't agree. The content of their character is a phrase that keeps occurring in my mind. The content of the book, the character of the book matters, not just the author. We use an internet content filter to protect our students and staff every day. In my mind, this is no different. We should also have an effective filter for literature. If we can all agree about that, then the question is, what are we going to choose to ask our kids or invite our kids to read? We all send our kids to school together, and we're all going to have to make some compromises in coming to those conclusions. That means that there will be books on the shelves that some will find troubling, and there will be books excluded from use as well that some will find or argue are important and significant and valuable. And we're just going to have to agree that that's going to be okay. We all need to remember that there are good people on both sides of these issues with different opinions, and we need to respect one another. So in the process of arriving at these decisions and putting these materials into the hands of our students, there are several important factors that I think we need to be sure we're addressing. And I admit that some of this may go beyond just our reading club review. They may span other curricular interests, but I'll provide them here anyway. The first, for me, is age appropriateness. Complex and mature subjects are not appropriate for younger students. If approved for students of a certain age, they should be made available to students in a manner that younger students are not able to access them until later. Second, subject matter. Some subject matter, while valuable, is highly sensitive, particularly subject matter of a violent or sexual nature. This material may be best addressed with the support of family members and not in an educational setting. 3, the fallacy of choice. Choice doesn't necessarily on its own produce meaningful choice. Meaningful choice requires the choosers to have enough useful information to make an informed choice. But second, it's not enough to simply offer choices that address a range of subjects but come from a common political or social perspective. If we don't have viewpoint diversity, do we really have meaningful choice? We sometimes talk about challenging students to read something different. We also sometimes talk about giving students an opportunity to read something from someone who speaks from their point of view. All of our students need both of those experiences. But in order to accomplish that, the choices have to be varied and diverse in point of view, not just voice. Fourth, persistent bias. Use of materials in a manner that is persistently biased in either subject matter or political or socio-political point of view abuses the public trust and disrespects aspects of our community. There is a little known and seldom referenced policy, EMB local. From what I can tell, it was adopted in 2002, almost 20 years ago, and I don't think I've ever looked at it until recently. It probably needs a little updating because it's almost 20 years old. But it does provide some interesting perspective and direction on this topic. It's about teaching controversial issues, and frankly, given what's going on in our community, it's easy to identify a lot of this subject matter as controversial. It clearly cuts our community and drives a wedge in our community if we don't treat the controversial material appropriately. I'll reference just a couple of sections. The district shall address controversial topics in an impartial and objective manner. Teachers shall not use the classroom to transmit personal beliefs regarding political or sectarian issues. A teacher selecting topics from the approved curriculum for discussion in the classroom shall be adequately informed about the issue and capable of providing instruction on the subject free from personal bias. Again, some of our complex and sensitive subject matter may require the expertise of counselors, and teachers may not be prepared to address all of the things that content surfaces. And then it goes into a number of other recommendations or clarifications. Further, in terms of guiding classroom discussion, it says teachers shall foster students' critical thinking skills. We've talked about critical thinking skills in our graduate profile and some of our other conversations. I've been reflecting over the last few weeks about what critical thinking really means. We talked about deep learning recently. Critical thinking, for me, takes a little bit different perspective. I emphasize the word critical in critical thinking. It means looking at an issue, looking at a point of view, and being critical of it, looking at both sides of an issue, and understanding and being able to critique the arguments of each side of an issue. Critical thinking really is what we want our students to be able to do and then ultimately decide for themselves. It's really important, essential, critical that they get both sides of complex issues, both sides of contentious or controversial issues in an unbiased way. And so coming back to my earlier point, if we're presenting material in a manner that expresses a persistent bias around controversial subjects, we're probably not following our policy. For instance, teaching a whole English language curriculum around building a community for social change may not be consistent with our policy unless that curriculum has been carefully crafted to give a truly balanced treatment of the subject matter. And even then, we may need to offer choice around that subject matter. finally, around persistent bias, younger students are not ready to critically process controversial subject matter. Placing politically or socio-politically biased materials in the hands of young students is not appropriate. And then finally, number 5 for me is opt-in versus opt-out. We need to approach literature choice from an opt-in perspective. Trust is earned, and if we give parents the first right of refusal and students an opportunity to choose, that opt-in will build trust over time. So those are 5 points that I think will help us to navigate this in a way that allows all the members of our community to come together on this issue a little bit more effectively, and hopefully guides our education community just a little bit in terms of ensuring balance and ensuring that some sensitive and complex material are reserved for the right age, the right context, and the right treatment. So those are my comments.
Okay, so we're not doing the one question thing. I get it. But I do want to make sure that board members who haven't spoken do have a chance, Alexis and Christine, before we join in. Is there?
Yeah, I just have one thing. There's a lot of good points made by Anna, Aaron, and Jim already, and I don't want to repeat all that stuff. The one thing I want to make sure is the books that have been removed or paused, that we're making sure that we're listening to our teachers, we're making sure that we're listening to our students who say they want to see themselves in books. And that's not always going to be a comfortable place. But my hope is that whatever titles have been paused or removed, that at least some of the pertinent topics that are age appropriate are still offered. Again, it's a choice. And I think that that's the piece that it may be uncomfortable for some families, but for some families, it's really what they need and what they want. And I like Anna, I get the same, I mean, I've got an 11th grader, so I get the same thing, like here's the choice books, here's what we got. We decide that as a family. We choose what's good for us. And I think having options and having a lot of choice is what we need to make sure that all of the students have. Thank you.
So I have a follow-up question, piggybacking off of Christine's comment, which is exceptionally valid. Some of these titles that have been removed, and I understand your point that you said some of them, even you, are not comfortable having or putting in the hands of our students. It kind of goes back to the thing that I started off with. You as a superintendent saying, I'm not comfortable with this book, therefore I want it gone. How is that any different than a parent saying, I'm not comfortable with this book, I want it gone? And it gets me right back to, I don't have a document, I don't have a matrix that I can say, we're not allowing this book because this line right here, not line in the book, but our essential element of the book, it does not meet that. And I think that's where we're going to continue to get wrapped around the axle until we have something that we can show. This is why that book is not appropriate according to our policy. Until we have that, it's not acceptable for the superintendent or a board member or a parent or an educator to say that this book is good or this book is not good. We have to have some consistent form of saying this book does not meet our essential elements that we have listed here. And I get that. We can't craft a verbatim for every single book, but we can certainly have some very specific areas that we can say this group that has come together, we're looking at this book and we think that it meets this, and this. Therefore, we want to present it as an acceptable choice. We cannot, Dr. Goering, we cannot say or accept you saying, I don't, as a superintendent, I don't want this book in children's hands. That is no different than anybody else. That's where I think we get wrapped around the axle. I really, in the community, even this board, we have diverse thoughts and opinions on where this reading program goes. But you know what? I'm not screaming at you and calling you a pedophile, and you're not screaming at me, calling me some religious, whatever the insults are, right? This is the kind of difficult conversation, respectful conversation we have to have. Have we accomplished anything tonight? I think we've laid some foundation. It's going to take some work. It's going to be a difficult conversation. Again, please, speaking for me, you all do an amazing job. It is a Herculean task. I say that often. Please do not think that I am in any way saying what you did was wrong or you should know. I am the last person in this community to be able to judge your professionalism and your expertise. That's why you're in those roles, right? So please don't think that this is in any way an indictment against you or the staff or the teachers. But we have a community that is yelling, they're screaming, they're hurting each other because we have failed to come up with something that we can show them and go, this is how we're doing it and this is why we're doing it, that we can present to the community. So that's where I'm at. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to apologize in advance because my filter is low. I've had quite the last 10 days or whatever it's been. I think Jennifer outlined criteria for us, and I think she said these are what we're looking for. And Jim, I'd like to say just very frankly, porn is never appropriate. And we have to weed that out and move forward and say, this is not something we're going to put in front of our children. If our content keeper would keep this out because they Googled it and it showed an image or had the same literature and it would block it, then that needs to be the same here. And so I think that's what we're actually doing and working through, and what Dr. Gearing's saying is absolutely not appropriate, and that was the criteria.
Couple questions. I look at the summaries and recommendations, and I see a theme. I don't want to say that, but I see a theme with certain books targeted. Speaking of filters, there's very friendly LGBTQ websites that are district filters. So I'm just kind of seeing a pattern here. But my question is, we heard a lot from student voices tonight. Are we listening to them at all? Because I know books help my child speak. They allow him to see himself in literature, whether that's graphic novels or just in a regular book. So I'm wondering, I hear a lot of parents, some of these books, yeah, I'm going to go with you on that. We have very strict rules in my house. We do. But at the same time, I talk to my kids and I listen. And I see some of these books that are approved for our seniors, the same seniors who we allow the Army, military come in and sign them up for war. So if they're, that's the way I'm looking at it. If we're going to allow them to go and risk their life for our country, at 18, we can't trust them to make a decision on a book. That's where I'm having a really hard time trying to figure that out, and then also balance the parent choice. Because again, I don't understand. Is there not an option in, option out? Because we've gotten that before. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, so I think your question about student voice is very important, and we do have student voice as a part of our feedback process always in our high school book options. So whenever students read books over the summer and they come back and talk to each other about the books they've read, we then survey every high school student and say, what book did you read? Did you like it? Would you recommend it to a friend? Would you want to read it again, right? So we ask lots of questions to get feedback from students about what they're reading and what they're interested in. And for students who did participate in the fall book clubs, we also got feedback from those students about, did they like their book? How did the book club process work for them, right? So we got lots of feedback. We had never done book clubs before, so we needed that feedback from students. We do have students that participate on our CACAC committee. Whenever we're talking about other topics, we made a very intentional decision not to include those students in the book review process, because if we were going to be identifying books that we did not believe were appropriate for students, we did not want to expose students to those books that we were going to deem as something that we weren't going to put in front of them. So we made a very intentional choice to have community members, parents, and staff members as a part of the book review process. But whenever we finish these 8 cycles, we likely are going to have some holes in our book clubs that are going to need to be filled. And we're going to work with our students, we're going to work with our teachers, we're going to work with our parents to figure out how do we fill in so that we do have back up to 15 book club choices for our students.
So did we take into account the students' voices who have read these books that have been removed, or no?
So none of the books that were read by students in the fall have been a part of a book review process yet. We started with book clubs that were slated for the spring so that we could go ahead and approve titles and teachers could move forward with their units of study.
So I just want to clarify. So, like tonight we had students who attend our schools who have read these books that have been removed and are telling their story. That consideration's never been into the fold of this.
So the students who spoke tonight spoke about books that have not yet been removed. They have not yet been vetted through the CACAC process. So they are books that have been, we pushed pause on them so that we can go through the CACAC process. None of those titles have yet been reviewed through CACAC. Many of them are being reviewed right now in cycles 4 and 5. So yes, we will consider their feedback, but we have not had any go through that part yet because those books had not yet been used.
So I have a question to try to make sure I understand scope, because this is one of the questions I asked originally when I looked at the agenda title, and I see our commitment and our next steps. And I am concerned it gets fuzzy, so I just need some clarity. So I'll tell you what I'm thinking right now. I know that we have curriculum classroom list of books, we have required reading, and that really has, I would say, limited choice. And that's not the process or the books that we're talking about right now. And there are school libraries, and that has a process, and that has even more choice, but that's not what we're talking about. We're focusing in on the book clubs that it sounds like we started those in the fall. It was a newer process or newer program set up, and that's the process that we're addressing now. And we're saying, okay, there's a hitch in the giddy up on selection, and transparency information going forward to parents. And so although we have this EFA local that is used, and it sounds like the form actually is still in our library, which I'm excited about that, and that parents have that right to go, and it should go to their teachers, of course, with the classroom books. This book club was a new dynamic, it sounded like. And so when I read commitment and next steps, I understand that our CACAC may inform the other processes, whether it's library or teachers, but I understand when I look at this commitment, is it just for our book club? And our next steps, is it just for the book club CACAC? Or is this informing future steps so I can have clarity?
So if you'll go back one more slide, Matt, to the commitment. So a thorough literature selection process involving parents is from here moving forward. And we don't only have literature in our language arts classrooms, right? Like we have literature in other classrooms as well. So our commitment moving forward is that when literature is added into classrooms at any point from here moving forward, that we have a thorough process, as Matt mentioned earlier, not just inviting parents, but that we can ensure parent involvement as we're selecting those resources. So I would say that it's from here moving forward as we talk about the literature selection process that we're putting in place.
Back in November, I just want to state that I was very, I definitely felt an urgency to bring some policy recommendations and some adjustments to the board and to the committee. But as we've worked through it as a leadership team and as we've talked, it has been very apparent to me that going through these 8 iterations, these 8 cycles with more and more community members was going to be vital to informing what we might want to do and what we would bring to the policy committee for recommendations about any adjustments to policy moving forward. We do not want to get this wrong because we do not want to throw the baby out with the bathwater relative to the multiple genres and the diverse text and, really seeing all the different kinds of people that we have here in the world and in Central Texas, and making sure that everyone is treated with dignity and respect. And one of the ways we can do that is by having books and literature in our classrooms that are written by all different kinds of people and have characters that represent all different kinds of people. However, when we make decisions, when we do need to make decisions, because we decided and purchased 200 titles for the book club reviews, or for the student choice book clubs. There are thousands of titles published every single year, and there is a way we need to have and understand and agree, and like you mentioned earlier, and you too, Aaron, find a middle ground where we all come together and talk about how we're going to make those decisions with our finite resources and in our careful stewardship of taxpayer money. How are we going to make those decisions about purchasing quality literature that does represent all different kinds of viewpoints, lived experiences, cultures, genres. So that's what we don't want. We do not want to get this wrong, and we do not want to rush to you with things that are not well thought out as this situation continues to evolve. And thankfully, as we continue to have more and more community members seek to get involved in the process and seek to participate, and so that we do have more and more people from not even, Aaron mentioned both sides of the issue. There are a lot of sides on some of these sensitive issues, and we want to make sure that all sides of the issue are explored. And the more people on each of those sides, the better, so people don't feel isolated or intimidated or worried about sharing, that they feel confident to speak their truth. And we have all of it on the table as we make decisions about how we want to craft policy relative to selecting quality literature for the use in our classrooms.
Anna, did you want to speak?
Yes. What is the process for this committee? Is it anybody who emails you and they get it? So how are we ensuring that this is an equitable committee and being represented throughout the district from the north, central, south side, but most importantly, our Hispanic families, our LGBTQ families, our special education families? Because right now, it seems to be a free-for-all. Whoever emails gets on it. So how are we keeping track of that like we do to our other committees and ensure that that committee is going to be as powerful as it needs to be and be able to give us the right information?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So we do gather information about the volunteers, whether they're a parent or whether they're a staff member or whether they're both. We do gather information about whether this is their first time participating or not, if they're a repeat volunteer. We do not gather information about their ethnicity. We do not gather information about their age. We do not gather information about their feeder school or anything along those lines. And so there's not really a way for us to ensure right now that we have equal representation from our 6 feeder patterns, or that we have making sure that we have volunteers from their 30s and their 40s and their 50s and their 60s. Like, we do not gather that information, but we are working with our principals, we are working with our librarians, we are working with our teachers, we're working with our parents, we're working with committees like DWIC and PTA, right? Like, we're reaching out to say, if people want to be a part of this, we want to have them join in and we want to have them be a part of it, and we're not turning anyone away. And so you're seeing the participation grow with each cycle. There's more and more interest, and if people want to participate, we want them to be involved. And so again, if anybody wants to participate, if you guys have people that you want to recommend be a part of this, like, we want volunteers. As Matt said, the more volunteers we have, the better our conversations are going to be.
So when I was talking about representation, it's mainly more, as a Hispanic, I want to be able to see, in what, my race in books. And so I just have a hard time. We're sitting here preaching about equity and diversity, but yet we're not making sure that that group is fully actually represented. Like, I also, because I look at our other committees we have, and we have a very strict guideline. I mean, like our CFAC committee, certain guidelines, restrictions. So I guess for me, if we're going to go forward with this committee, I'd like to see a little bit more stronger foundation, so this committee actually is making progress and is not just, you know, one in time done committee just to please some parents.
Yeah, so the CACAC committee has existed since 2017. It is not a new committee. We have been getting feedback from our community about curriculum since 2017. I would say that the scope has broadened since 2017. We've done more and more work. And then, of course, this is the largest that the committee has ever been. Typically, as our community members express interest in being involved in our district, right? We have lots of processes and systems. We partner with our admin assistants, and they, you know, keep track of people who are interested in volunteering and who's going to participate on DWIC and who's going to participate on CACAC, right? So we have all of those, and we reach out to people to be involved. So that's what's happened since 2017. The kind of open enrollment for the book club process is separate from the CACAC committee that is more similar to something like a DWIC.
And I promise my last question. I hear parents, I hear students. What about our educators? Like, have you guys sat with them? Have you talked to them? Have you heard their feelings? Like, how do they play into the process of this? Because I don't have a master's in, you know, English. I don't have a doctorate in English. I trust our educators to tell me or give me options that is going to be the best interest of my child. So how are they fitting into the mix of this? Because I honestly don't see them into this process at all. I see just parents and students and you guys. Like, where are they at in this process?
Jennifer, I'll take that one. So they've been involved throughout the process. I would say they were involved in the initial process. I talked a little bit about that earlier. They are equally invited to volunteer for the CACAC participation, and a lot of them have. We have also been meeting with groups of people I guess it was earlier this week. It's hard to keep track of time. We went through all of the Let's Talks and emails that we received from any teachers in our system, and we invited them to a Zoom and met with them. And you actually a lot of them spoke to you this evening. And that was about a 2-hour Zoom. We've met with librarians. I've met with different groups of parents. Varying. I met with a group of 6 parents a couple of weeks ago. I've met with pairs of parents and community members. Anybody who wants to talk about it has been a part of the process. We continue to listen to our teachers, and we do. You know, we're hearing a lot of people on a lot of sides of this issue, and we, again, like I said, we don't want to get it wrong, and we do need to find a middle ground to move forward with this process. I do want to point out one final, well, it's probably not the final for you, but I'll stop talking, that as far as ensuring that every single parent has a voice, that is an essential part of clarifying the processes that we have moving forward for as titles are offered to students for choice, that parents have a clear and easy process to gather information or to see information that we are providing about what is the content of those books and what they can do to influence or impact what book their student chooses based on their values and what they're comfortable with.
And Matt, if you just go back to your Venn diagram, just to point out that there, I think, were 53, so 44 plus 19, 63 staff members and district employees involved in that. That includes teachers, I assume, Matt, in that mix, that have been involved in this process intricately. And I will say that we have a highly educated district level staff who's been working exceptionally hard on this issue from before this even became an issue, so definitely have been involved from the beginning.
I was just going to ask a follow-up question related to my comments earlier about choice in particular. When we talk about choice and we talk about 15 titles, it sounds like such a wealth of choices, right? Surely there's something in there that will work for every student. In the fall, when I reviewed the 15 titles that one of my children was offered, I did my own review of all 15 of those titles. And I wasn't really satisfied with any of them. And so it goes to the choice comment I made before, right? If I'm going to use Alexis as an example here, right? Because she's my friend. If I say, Alexis, you have all the power, it's your choice. If you say A, I'm going to punch you in the nose. And if you say B, I'm going to punch you in the stomach. But it's your choice. I'm just going to do whatever you want, right? I mean, how we set up that choice is really where all the power is. It's not in the choosing.
So I enjoyed your analogy there. I think since we had that conversation,
I want to know what he's choosing.
Since we had that specific conversation, Aaron, some months ago now, I've been thinking about that, and we've been conversing about how to ensure that as we have student choice book clubs, that there are sufficient range of choices and viewpoints and options, that we do have a better chance of hitting the mark and ensuring that there is something for everybody in there. We've had comments in our emails and even in different board meetings about the thousands of books. Most of them might fall into the classic range, but that can be used to address any number of themes that we might have for a book club. And so even just today we were talking about, hey, if we have 15 titles, maybe it's 20 titles, and here's the 5 titles that you would probably more familiar with along the traditional lines. When we used to talk about the AP summer reading list, it was always a blend of contemporary and classic. And I don't want to necessarily oversimplify the dichotomy there of what we would offer, but we want to have that wide range. And so I think there's room to increase the options and to provide even more options to ensure that there are some things that you and your family would be familiar with and comfortable with, as well as other families in the system that might have felt the same way you did when we went through our first cycle of those new book clubs.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I also wanted to reinforce something we heard in citizen comments from one parent concerned about her student being the only one to select a particular text and reading alone. I worry about students feeling marginalized through that selection process. And so I just, too many options results in too many of those fragmented experiences, and so I want to be sensitive about that as well.
You're killing me, man. So I'm just playing. I'm sorry. Attempt at levity at 1041. Sometimes it falls flat. That is all some stuff we'll have to take into consideration, but I think if we narrowed down to like 5 choices, for instance, so that every group in a classroom has, multiple participants, that might even become more challenging, not necessarily insurmountable, but it is seemed like in some of the literature selection processes that we have gone through and sought to improve, that adding additional titles has been the way to go to get at that sweet spot where there's something for everyone. But I understand, and I did hear what Ms. Fairbanks was alluding to.
So this is a good conversation. This is the foundational conversation that, and we've had these conversations, but I don't know that it has been as focused on the elephant in the room, right? So I appreciate that we're having this conversation. There has been a tremendous amount of misinformation via social media about what we're doing with these titles and what we're forcing on our students. So I want to use this opportunity in a public meeting that is being recorded and streamed, and every parent has the opportunity to hear us say this out loud once again, but be very clear about it. In the entire language arts program, what we're talking about that is controversial right now is a particular book club. It's not, we're not, correct me if I'm wrong, we are not teaching Dream House or Kiss Number 8 or Speak. We are not handing that book to an entire class of students, whether they want it or not, whether the parents want it or not, and saying, we're going to talk about this today. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So that's one misinformation that we're going to clear up right now. We are not forcing any of these books on a large number of students. This is a small number of books that we have made available as additional reading for students who want to choose them. Is that a correct statement? We acknowledge that we probably haven't done a good enough job of getting information about these particular titles that these students may or may not want to read in front of those students' parents, who ultimately have final say whether or not they want their child to read this book based on what's in the best interest of their family values. Is that a correct statement? Okay. It's really important that as we go through this, because we're going to do this next year and we're going to do this the year after and the year after. What I don't want to have happen again is I don't want misinformation to be presented to us in the form of citizen comments or on social media that becomes an untruth that we all have to try to defend from. Am I right? This type of conversation, well ahead of the process this year, next year, and the next year, enables us to make sure that the message and the process and the things that we're doing are communicated correctly and truthfully out to prevent some version of a message coming back to us, and now we're all trying to defend something that at the end of the day isn't really what's happening. I will tell you that I'm still, and I appreciate the feedback, that we do have a process. I will figure out the correct way to phrase my question so that I can get the answer. We talk about criteria, but I don't see a list of criteria. When I bought a truck, I had a list of criteria. I wanted it to be four-wheel drive. All right, this is four-wheel drive. I wanted it to be a diesel. Okay, it's a diesel. There's specific things that I was able to check a box. When we're talking about whether or not a book meets the objective of meeting our goals and objectives, right? I don't see that list. That does it cause a student to have a deeper appreciation of X, Y, or Z? I don't see a yes or no box for that. Does it sufficiently challenge the student from a vocabulary and world? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't see those boxes. When we talk about, and to Alexa's point, and I agree, there's no place in our schools for porn. But I don't see a essential element that says, does this book contain what reasonable individuals would consider pornographic? Yes or no. Therefore, this is why this book has been pulled. That's what I'm looking for. We don't have that. And I think that's part of the frustration with our parents is they don't see how we're arriving at what books we're even presenting forward. It seems to be nebulous. So that's one thing that I hope moving forward, that we can have these conversations and open, that the community can understand where we're thinking and where we're going. And to Aaron's point, absolutely. A consistent bias in an overall program is just as damaging as banning books and not listening to the diversity that exists within our community. So those are my final thoughts. Again, I appreciate the work we're doing. It disgusts me that members of our community would call our teachers and our staff pedophiles and these other just ridiculous names. They work too hard and they do it for little money. Their heart is in the right place. We have to give grace, but we have to protect that process by having as open and transparent a discussion about how we're arriving at these decisions to help protect those teachers and staff, in my opinion.
If I may, in policy EF local, at the bottom of page 1 is the selection criteria for these books. And on page 2, number 3 of that, just as an example to point to what you're talking about, it says So the lead is, in the selection of instructional resources, professional staff shall ensure that the resources, and then number 3 says, are appropriate for the subject area and for the age, ability, level, learning styles, and social and emotional development of the students for whom they are selected. So the board has put good policy in place that allows them to go and select those criteria. So I think the policy actually that you're pointing to is in place. I think those guidelines are in place. And what we're owning is that we didn't execute that policy effectively in this particular instance. We have a very robust process to correct that now, and we will bring you recommendations to look at this again very carefully as we go forward to make sure that it does meet the entire board's need for the selection of these instructional materials as we go forward. So I just don't want you to leave thinking there is no set of criteria, because there really is, laid out very carefully in board policy EF local.
And I appreciate that, and you are correct, but that verbiage speaks nothing to some of the graphic content that, to rephrase, when is sexual content, when does it cross a threshold into graphic sexual content? Or when does it cross the other threshold into porn? Or when does it cross another threshold into, what is it they say in the Miller case, appeals to the prurient interest of an individual? That's the part that I'm looking at is, we say that it must be age appropriate, but what is age appropriate?
Well, so what I've learned over time, in trying to resolve these kinds of issues is that the board has to be very careful at the policy level to craft the policy in such a way that it's vague enough and yet specific enough to allow the administration to make those selections appropriately. When we start to get policy that's too specific, then we run into other kinds of issues, and we have to keep coming back to the board constantly for clarification and questions. And so, in my opinion, the policy is crafted correctly. We didn't execute correctly. We're fixing that, and as we go forward, we'll certainly bring that back for conversation. But I think we do need to be careful about being too specific in policy as we go forward.
And I very much appreciate that. Maybe that specificity is the conversation that we have in open as we discuss this, so the parents understand that this is how we're arriving at a particular list. So I appreciate that. And we're not going to solve all of these issues tonight, but I very much appreciate that we're having a difficult but a respectful conversation across many diverse perspectives.
I have a question. So the books say, that are under consideration and they do get removed. What if we have students who want to read those books? Are we going to allow those, they go and purchase it with their own money? Are we going to allow that to happen? Because, I'm hearing all about, parent choice, sitting down with parents. What if you have parents who want their children to read this book for whatever reason? Is that going to be accepted? Because then if not, then where do we draw the line with what's accepted and what's not?
So we're trying to hold very tight in this process that we are talking about the book club unit,
right. Yes.
And the instruction that is provided from the classroom teacher and the opportunities for students to participate in the book club process during their English language arts classrooms. So if a student brings in one of these books on their own, the teacher is not going to say, you can't have this book in my classroom, right? That's their self-selected book. And students can have books in the classroom. So we're trying to hold very, very tight that right now the process that we're going through is about the 8 copies of this book that were purchased for the usage of the book clubs.
I just wanted to follow up on Jim's comments, and I apologize. I know we've been on this topic a long time and we need to move on. But when it comes to informed choice, something I talked about earlier, I think what Jim's getting at is the work that you all do as you review these titles should produce a detailed analysis of the content of a piece of literature. In what way are we able to make that available to parents in the selection process? In other words, how can we turn that into more informed choice about the content of some of those selections.
So I think that's a part of our commitment and our next steps is that we're taking the information, we're ensuring, like Anna talked about very specifically, the opportunities that parents have to review the titles. We don't want to just give people a list of titles. We want to give them information about the books. And then we also want to provide that on a website so that it's there all of the time for people whenever they're ready to go check that out. So I think that those are the kinds of steps that we're thinking about. Or am I missing something, Aaron, with your question?
No, I think that's it. I think part of this is just understanding the format that that feedback or that detail will provide, and I think some of it goes to the lens that's being applied in the review process, right? Because if we're checking boxes or identifying certain kinds of content that is of concern or interest or that we're questioning, that's the same kind of content that parents and potentially students will want to appreciate before they select a title.
So a couple of things as we're moving forward, and that's what I'd like to just kind of wrap this up if we can. I have some lightning round questions, if that's okay. So short answer questions would be great here. If we go back to our commitments, I just want to be clear because I think different people could look at those or different industries, people in different roles could look at it and see different things. So when I take the first commitment, we're just going to walk through all of them. So the first one says a thorough literature selection process involving parents. And I have to tell you, I think the process includes selection and it also includes notification and transparency. So when you're talking about selection, with book club, I think the process of the Kit Kat has been helpful and informative. But here's my question. Are you saying now that there's going to be like the Kit Kat for book club and everything, like for all literature, are we staying in the scope of book club?
As we bring new instructional resources into our classroom, when we're talking about specific literature that would be new into our classrooms, we want to commit to our community that we're going to involve parents before bringing new literature into our classrooms.
So does this commitment of involving parents look like something that we do already for the instructional or material review, that we have a process where people can look at it? Or is this something different? Are teachers going, wait, am I going to lose my role as, working curriculum? And are we undercutting the teacher's role? I mean, how are we balancing this?
I don't think so, but I think there is a middle ground. I definitely believe we need to rely on the expertise of our teachers and our instructional specialists as we look to vet literature for use in the classrooms. But I think this whole situation has demonstrated to us, as it has in other scenarios that we've worked through with other situations, that parents, our families, our community demand and have a right to have a voice in processes that impact their children. And so that's what we're going to pay attention to as we work through these commitments moving forward.
Is it fair to say that these commitments right now are more ideas or themes? You don't have a specific necessary structure for what bullet point 1 is going to look like?
Yes.
Okay.
Lightning round.
Yes, that's great. That's great. Because I would like later a follow-up on that. I do think there's a very important threading of a needle here where parents do have a voice and they want to be in the process, part of the process, but we don't want to take away our teachers and their role as experts either. We're going to have to figure out how we work together. So I just want to make sure we're not usurping either role, right? Published list of approved titles. Is that just for the book club or is that going to be for everything? Literature, I mean, what do we mean when we say published list for approved titles?
So we can talk about it, but in my mind,
I just want to manage expectations. What do you mean when you say that?
What that means is for all literature titles that we'll be using in our English language arts classrooms, that we'll have a catalog with descriptions of the book, and that will be available.
Consistent process for parent communication and opportunity for parents to identify titles not to be read. Does this mean that parents are able to say if they don't like a book, they don't like it for the whole classroom, or they just don't like it for their student?
So that third bullet is for their student. You heard some of our one or two of our teachers tonight talk about how their process or their how they've worked through things with families relative to when they're not comfortable with a title being read or being asked to be read or a choice. And we want to make sure that we support our staff members by providing some consistency and some guidance on what that process looks like. And we want to provide that consistency, guidance, and information about the procedure to our parents as well, so that it isn't left to chance or the possibility that it does not occur.
Okay, and is this going to be a push out to the parents where the parents feel like they have the ability to, more or less, as we were talking about that opt-out versus opt-in, that they feel, have y'all figured that out yet?
As we clarify what the specific procedure will look like, we want to have specific parent letters in some of the information that many of our teachers are sending out. It starts with a parent letter explaining these different procedures, and then it provides the information about the titles in the book. For instance, with a particular book club, we want to make sure that this is clearly laid out, and the process for communicating the information out to parents is consistent as well. And it's also on the website, as we talked about, so that even if your student is not within this particular book choice club, that you understand what the process is going to be, and you can expect to get a letter from a parent, and you'll have access to the catalog. Even if you're just a community member, it will be available to you on our website.
Okay, and then last bullet point, clear process for reconsideration of instructional materials. We have the EFA local form. I'd asked about that before, and that wasn't in our policy, but I know that the form's still being utilized in some areas.
Yeah, so there was a question.
Is that what you mean?
Sorry.
That's
yes,
going to be?
Yes, ma'am. There was some question about whether the form had been removed from our documentation and our policies because it wasn't needed, or whatever the reason was. We want to make sure that that is clearly available. I think we have a good process. People have alluded to the process and that form and the policy. We want to review that as well, and review that in the policy committee to ensure that it is user-friendly and readily available, and that it is clearly communicated to our parents about as far as procedure.
All right, then I think my last bullet point is back on the policy then that's going to be moving forward. So policy committee is going to be getting the EFA local form to look at. And I guess at that point, once the policy committee looks at it, then they'll bring it to the board. We'll all have the discussion, public hearing, and vote from there. At that same time, is it possible, did we want to see EMB local in policy? Can we get EMB to our policy committee as well?
Absolutely.
Since that was in discussion. And then you mentioned the policy, the language you were working on. We've been talking about it, whether it's, I don't even know, overly graphic, or I don't know, something that makes you go, oh no, or whatever that language was that you were thinking about. Is that going to go to the policy committee, or is that something you're still working on right now?
Yes, and that's why we all want to get through everything, but it's been important to go through every single cycle and every single step and gather information along the way so that we can inform the process and not rely on the inherent bias that is built into every one of us as individuals, that we all look through life through the lens of our experiences and beliefs. We want to make sure that we have information that from many viewpoints to gather together to bring you a thoughtful set of ideas and proposals and drafts about policy for the committee to consider, and then for you to consider. I don't want to just bring you something that I made up.
So I think the scope or the hope for this agenda was that we'd have a clear set of transparency, like how we're going to look into the issue going forward. And I think you've given us a lot of information to noodle on and continue. My last question is, how do we continue to provide transparency for the Kit-Kat process? In that tonight we heard some questions about, well, why was this book not approved, but I thought we said yes, or this one was no, and why? So I'm wondering, is there still some work in there in the transparency, or can you help us understand or resolve why there seems to be a hitch in the giddy up in that process?
That's a good question. I mean, we're reporting out on the website as soon as results are available, and we're emailing that out to every one of the participants. We're presenting to you tonight to try to clear up some of those misconceptions. We can come back here as often as you'd like to present on progress and updates and continue this discussion.
It's good work. This is a good conversation, and once again, thank you. We still have work. We have a ways to go, but a lot of I think a significant amount of misinformation has been addressed, and I look forward to the next steps in continuing this conversation. And I hope that our community sees that we're taking this serious, and that we can all take a step back, take a breath, and figure out how all of us can be part of the solution that impacts our kids. The hate and the vitriol and the name calling, and we're not going to solve this problem if we continue to do that. So thank you for having a hard conversation tonight.
All right, thank you all very much for coming, presenting. Board members, after this robust conversation, you are going to think, oh my goodness, wait, did I ask this or do I need more? Matt and Jennifer are still there. Please continue to reach out to them or call them if you have questions. All right, that concludes this agenda item, and we will now move to our legislative update. There he is. Hi, Colby. He's still awake. We gotcha. How are you this evening? Can you hear us? Wait, we can't hear you. Oh, we're going to have to turn you up. Okay, can you say hi again? No, but we can read your lips. Oh, can you make sure you're not muted, Colby? Just double check. You're probably talking to us on your phone. Sometimes the phone mutes if you are. No, not phone. He just added the earbuds. Okay, so Colby, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 3-minute break and have you call back in. Yeah, frozen. He is frozen. Okay. All right, board members, we're going to take a 3 to 4 minute break, and we'll be back. Hey, I think I heard you, Colby. Say hi. No. I thought I heard you. Okay, Colby, hi. We're going to be needing, yeah. Still can't hear him. Do we need him to hang up and call back in? He just did. Oh, he just did. Colby, they seem to think everything on our end is working. Can you look at your screen one more time, check your microphone to see if you see anything there? Are you frozen again? Or did I just stun you to silence? Poor Colby, he's been waiting for an hour, 2 hours for, well, a little less than 2. Okay, Colby, are you there?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Don't change that connection. That's awesome.
Okay.
Keep that. Okay, can you say hi again?
Yeah, hi. Test
Hi.
1, 2, 3.
Is Senate Ed still going? I had to give up on him when I came into the board meeting. Oh, no, we had him. We had him. No. Oh, there he is. Okay, you've just got a slower feed.
A little bit of a delay. Can y'all hear me?
No sudden movements. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Colby?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Did you listen to Senate Ed? Did they ever wrap up? Or are they still going?
I don't know. I was listening to State Affairs, so
Oh, I don't think they're ever getting done. Did they wrap up?
no. No.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, Colby, we're going to get ready and go to live. Don't change the dial. And I understand there's a delay. It sounds like in the feedback as we're talking. So we'll let you do the presentation, and then we'll save all the questions to the end and remind everybody to wait so you can hear our questions since there's a delay. Awesome.
That works.
All right, let me see, where are my board members?
All right, board members, we are back. We have Colby, who is been watching legislative hearings, I imagine, all day. I just took a look at it, and they are still going strong over on the House side. So we're in, yeah, and we're still growing, so we might beat them. We'll see. So Colby, thank you so much for joining us this evening. We'll go ahead, because if there's a delay in feed, board members, we're going to let Colby give his presentation, and then we're going to save our questions to the end. And when we ask their question, we'll have to pause for a few seconds, and then he can answer.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much. If it seems like I'm talking strangely, it's because I can hear myself in an echo. Apparently Abilene is like being in like Kazakhstan or somewhere. So, well, first of all, just want to say I really appreciate the opportunity to continue working for you. Dr. Gearing came down and testified on behalf of the district on the House Bill 3 cleanup bill. Did a wonderful job. He told the story of Leander infection, talked about your demographics and the study and what y'all are looking towards on your growth rate. And I'm happy to say that we are some new language being produced in that cleanup bill, and hopefully that'll be revealed soon. But I've seen some glimpses of it, and it is looking better. So hopefully that'll come public too soon. It was a big day on Tuesday. We also House 63 heard as well. That was our data masking bill. If you hadn't had the opportunity to go and watch that archive committee video, I hope you have that opportunity. Dr. Van Dever, Representative Van Dever, I think had one of his best bill layouts he's had in his career later. He is obviously passionate about this subject, just like you all are. We had no one opposed to the bill. That being said, we are going to have some folks that want some changes, and we'll look at those changes as we move forward, but feel really good about where we're at with that bill. We also were able to get a Senate bill filed, and I think you all saw that. It's Senate Bill 1526 by Charles Perry, and that's a companion bill to House Bill 363. Again, Senator Perry is very passionate about this subject. If you go back and look at his comments over the past few months, this is something that he's talked about well before we ever came to him. I'm looking for them to submit for a hearing request soon on that. House Bill 3446 is our special education bill. I'm happy to announce that we do have a rider in the House side of the budget. Unfortunately, we were unable to get a lot of direction from the agencies that would be in charge of this. So we sort of had to take a guess at what amount that would be needed. And we thought probably $500,000 a year would be enough. So we've got a budget rider, contingency rider is what we call it, for $1 million for the biennium. So if the bill passes, that'll be necessary, obviously. And I know some of you folks heard from your constituents on that bill, both good and bad. We're trying to ensure that people know that this is about kids. This is about making a process efficient. And we're hopeful that we're able to dispel some of the rumors that have gotten out there. But I think we're making headway, and we're feeling good where the bill's at. All too often we come into this legislative session and we think about just straight education bills, and we talked about this before, but there's so many bills that touch on education. And your board president emailed me about a bill, and I hope all of you will take that opportunity when you see something come across your desk. But House Bill 1896 by Dustin Burrows is really aimed at municipalities. Am I breaking up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, but we know you got it. Keep going.
Okay. All right. So it's really aimed at municipalities, but it would have an impact on bond refundings potentially, which obviously for a fast growth district like Leander, that's a huge issue. I did talk to some people today. Representative Burrows is aware of the issue and is willing to work on that issue. That is obviously not what he was looking to impact. So we are working on that, and hopefully we'll have that cleared up soon. Next Tuesday, I've alerted some of you to this. We are going to hear virtual education bills in the House. I've asked your legislative committee about whether this actually meets something on your priorities, because you have discussed the actual specific topic of virtual education. But where this becomes more applicable to your priorities is probably under local control. And specifically one House Bill 1468, which would authorize districts and charters to create their own local programs and create a funding mechanism for those programs via ADA. Cultural programs that are grandfathered in on the virtual school network aren't run by ADA, it's by completed coursework. So this is a whole new funding mechanism. This is a significant guardrails to protect against districts poaching from other districts, charters poaching from districts, and districts poaching from charters. School groups have been working on this, including some of my other clients like TASA and Raise Your Hand Texas. This is a change. I think we talked about this last time, but this is a change from previous history. And I've asked the administration, Dr. Gearing and others, about the possibility of having someone testify on behalf of Leander, because just like so many other districts, and this bill was brought up by Representative Bell on behalf of his district, Forney ISD, who wants to do a similar program to what y'all have discussed in the past. And so that's going to be up on Tuesday, along with several accountability bills. And I'll be visiting with your legislative committee to see if any of those fit in with your priorities as well, to see if we want to weigh in on those also. On the Senate side, we're still waiting to hear their virtual school bill, which is SB 27, as well as their House Bill 3 cleanup bill. I think those could probably come as early as next week. A little surprised that at least one of them wasn't this week. But as Trish mentioned, they had a pretty full agenda today. So this was a long day. This was the first long day of many to come in the session. But as we continue on, I'll try to keep you updated as much as I can. And I have to say the delay is very strange, and I don't like the way I talk.
You sound fabulous, though. Board members, do you have any questions, or shall we show mercy?
Just one thing in regards, I just want to, for the record, House Bill 3446, we did have a little bit of, I don't want to say pushback, but just extra information. And I just wanted to the public know that this is a bill that Representative Busey and our Colby worked really hard and together with our special education parents. So like, it's a very empowering bill for me as a special education parent to see our district actually take forth and try to make that process better for our parents. So I know I told Colby, I do have a phone call tomorrow with Texas Disability Rights and also 2 other major disability organizations, just because they have questions in regards. But the other organization I've talked to, essentially this is a parent voice-led bill, right? that has so much powerful and impact, and for it to come from our district, I think just says so many things. So I'm very proud of our district for putting together that bill and really thinking about the student and parent voice when it comes to the special education process.
No, I agree. I think the Leander ISD has taken a lead in their legislative process and role, and we thank the board for that. That's been due to good board work. That's been due to Dr. Gehring and to Colby, who is going out there championing our message. I mean, it is a team effort, and the team effort doesn't mean that it all started just now. These are subjects and issues that I've been working on for some time. I remember when I went to NSBA and we were talking about data masking at a federal level, and the reason I started talking about it was because there were parents in the community, and then start talking about with board members. And so it's like, it is a team effort, all the voices together, coming together. And so it's awesome. And I'm so glad you're helping lead this charge, Colby. Board members, on virtual education legislation, HB 1468, any questions? I understand the district, you are going to have somebody then go testify? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions? Okay. Concerns, whatever. Colby, you're doing an awesome job. Thank you. On behalf of our students and the difference it's going to make in their education, thank you so much.
Thank y'all very much. Hope y'all have a good rest of the board meeting.
Good night. All right. We'll move on to consider approval of the district vision statement.
All right, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. We are excited to be back with you tonight to continue the conversations around vision statement for Leander ISD. If you recall, back before spring break on March 9th, we engaged in a collaborative process where you, and I'll point over to our storyboard over on the wall, really looking at what are those, where do we see ourselves in 5, 10, 20 years? And as you think about that, what are those power words that come to mind? And you generated that list. And then we got you into small groups to start brainstorming and crafting what could that vision statement be. And so we didn't get to spend a whole lot of time kind of unpacking those. So we're going to pick up that conversation here tonight. And we know that we definitely y'all have been engaged in robust conversation tonight, really talking through things that are in our current reality, the here and now. And we're going to invite you to come up about 50,000 feet and really thinking about the future and where we want to head as a district. So before we get into this conversation, just a couple of things that we want to point out. Yes, we did put this as an action item, but that is only just to give you the option, should through the course of the conversation, you get to a point that you feel like, yes, we have a vision statement we're ready to approve. That we just wanted to put that option out there, but just like the core belief process, we allowed that to take its time to where you've got to a point that you were excited about approving that, and that's definitely where we want to be with the vision statement as well. The other thing we want to point out, and just a reminder, that the vision statement does stand in context of the core beliefs that you adopted earlier in January, and then also the mission statement that we began some conversations around before spring break as well. So it's not a standalone, but really thinking about how does it stand in context of all of those other pieces. Thinking about where do we want to be, what's that future, what are we trying to create here?
Test, test. Can you hear? Hello, hello. All right. So, good evening, everybody. It's not morning yet, right? Okay. So, we did have a chance to processed through these 3 vision statements that you all drafted. We had our cabinet team as well do some of that. And then Sarah and I really took a closer look, and what we noticed are several things, and we had some notices and wonderings. So, for example, there's some commonalities. So notice in all 3 vision statements, the word students, and then we considered graduates, are used. So that's pretty self-explanatory. And all 3 students, the word life changers. And we know in the core beliefs, those are defined as each and every staff member. We noticed that LISD was used in all 3. And so this we wanted to just unpack just a little bit. So we're just wanting to hear from you all. When we think about LISD, what all does that encompass in your view? So if you just want to unmute and just kind of share out, Sarah's going to just take some notes and just kind of help us unpack and process through this.
So I'm not sure I'm going to directly answer your question, but I think I'll be near the mark. As I thought about, and for the record, I'm partial to the middle one.
Really?
Yeah, but as I've thought a little bit more about exactly the way it's phrased and delivered, while I like the empowering of LISD life changers, the more I've thought about that, that language is narrower than maybe I would prefer. And I've started thinking more in terms of our broader LISD community, which includes business, parents, staff, students. I mean, it's the whole integrated community operation. And so for me, I'm kind of leaning more that direction in terms of empowering all of those resources and assets toward that objective.
Did you get all that, Sarah?
So would you want to call it LISD family? Because we call our LISD family on here. Core beliefs.
We could. I'm a little hesitant to use language that is learned language or acquired language, and I would prefer this to be easily consumed by people who may not know what that means, may not have the decoder ring. But it says the same thing to those who know what we mean by that.
Other thoughts about when you said LISD here, when you added that to these drafts, what all that encompass? Any other thoughts about LISD?
I think I find it this weird blend of trying to understand LISD as the facility, the buildings, the instructional resources, right? The curriculum, and then the people, the experiences. And so it's this blend. And sometimes when you think of LISD, school district comes to mind, or as in Aaron's case, he's like, it's the community, it's the teachers. But I think there's this big picture of it all, right?
That's great. Any other thoughts about LISD? We have one other word we're going to unpack just a little bit here, but just want to make sure we have any other thoughts about LISD in particular.
I mean, kind of piggybacking on what you said, it's sort of LISD as a whole, right? It's the buildings and the people in the community, like it's everything. It's kind of all encompassing. I don't know. That's tough when you pick out just that one piece, you know?
And, one reason we want to spend a little bit of time just kind of talking through a couple of these terms and just making sure, whatever ends up on our final vision statement, we just want to make sure we all have a clear understanding about what we mean by that particular word or phrase. Okay, well, if you think of anything else for LISD, then obviously, be sure and share, come back to that. But there's one other word that showed up on all three, and that's the word empower. And the same thing, as we were processing through this, we were like, wonder exactly what we mean when we say empower.
To me, that one is a little more clear just because it gives a sense of support, supportive with our money, supportive with our time, supportive with our words, supportive. It's a supportive word. So it's when we empower somebody to do something, we're giving them our support. That's how I read it.
I also think it means we're giving the right tools and accommodations, safe places, so that the students and educators are able to be the best that they can be.
I feel like there's some type of exchange in the process. Something about where I'm less than that, and yeah, they're handing that to you. You get that part?
I think that's, granting the tools, the resources required to accomplish the objective. And to Anna's point, it's also ensuring, it conveys access and some of those concepts to me too.
And for me, I was going to say, I'll let our life changers decide what empowering means to them, but what empowering means to me is removing the obstacles to allow them to do their job.
One question I had at this point was all three of those say that LISD either will empower or empowers, which says to me that LISD is granting this control or this authority to empower. Does that make sense? And I'm wondering if that's what we actually mean, or if we mean that we want to push responsibility for something, the learning, to the learner.
To me, it speaks a little more to the doing what's right for every child. So, having that person that has that relationship with that child that can do what's right in that situation for that child and empower them in that situation, that they can help them create a learning environment that's good for them.
Any other thoughts about the word empower? You have what you need, or all the notes you need? What we need, but what you need as far as writing it down, or any clarifications from them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, awesome.
Noodling on what Dr. Gehring said, though, and I don't even know if it is actually I haven't had enough time to noodle, but in a pre-noodle thought, yeah, yes. I'm looking at it too as if there's the proper path and the roles for empowerment. So whether it's LISD empowering, it's like when we talk about it's that whole group, right? Were teachers empowered in that? Were the parents empowered? Were the right roles, were the right processes, were the right things set up to give that tool, that process to help to do the right thing for each child? Does that make any sense how I got from there from what your statement was? You can say no, it's fine.
Okay, so beyond that, we actually had sent out in the Friday memo some reflective questions just to kind of let you have some individual time to kind of think through and noodle on these statements. So we did put a copy of these statements in your folder in case you wanted to refer to those or be able to write on them as we're talking. But just want to give you a moment, and so I'll give you a minute to kind of just think and get some thoughts down. As you look at those statements, what are the things, what parts of the statements do you consider to be aspirational or inspire all of us to do great work? And us, like we've just defined, that collective LISD community, right? So give you just a minute just to kind of think through that, and then we'll let everyone share out. So I'm going to just open up the floor and see what did you circle, underline, as you think about aspirations and inspiring for great work.
Innovative environments, I thought of as inspiring.
Equitable, inclusive, and innovative environment. To me, it's providing access points to everybody.
I thought the word all was inspiring. And it goes back to that each and every, right? We're talking about individualized. So when I see that, what I'm thinking of is how we want to reach each student individually at their level and inspire them. I think that's aspirational.
Is there a difference in your mind between all and each and every?
There's something more individual when I say the word each and every, but I don't know if that's the same for anybody else. I'd be curious to hear what other board members, how
I
they
was thinking
differentiate.
every instead of all, not each and every, but every. To me, every is deliberate, it's intentional, every student.
What else?
Cultivate for me is aspirational because there's so much that you talked about last time that surrounded that concept of cultivating the right environment.
Yeah, where's our tree? Just gonna say my tree didn't make it.
With all those 3D models, they're hard to transport.
So I apologize. Those were from the deeper learning section, but we'll make sure to include those on the storyboard. I apologize.
I think the most sought after language is aspirational. It suggests a quality standard or a comparative standard that we would aspire to achieve.
I'm going to say sought after graduates from the state of Texas, just a minor tweak right now, because when I think of it in that way, I do think of it as this interesting blend between not just an experience and some of the more intangibles. This one's a little tangible, right? Your graduates, they're getting employment, they're moving on, so I like that. I think that is aspirational, just in a different category.
Deep learning for me is aspirational.
I think life changers is aspirational. Because when I think of the word teachers, that's the degree, that's what you're going to do, that's the job or the career. But anybody who's done our super visits or gone and talked to our teachers, they've definitely gone into an aspirational mode. They are changing lives around them.
Aaron, you made a comment about when we were talking about LISD earlier, about that second one, and about LISD life changes. Can you reiterate that one more time?
Yeah, I've been noodling, the word of the night, on Anna's question about LISD family. I think the language I was contemplating coming in was LISD community, rather than just life changers, because that expands and includes more participants. But all the discussion led me to reflect on, well, what is one LISD, which also occurs in this sentence. And as I reflect on what one LISD means, it to me conveys the LISD community or family concept in a very clear and tangible way. It also suggests a certain amount of unity. And so as I know the goal isn't necessarily to wordsmith, but I can't help myself. And so for me, I start moving in the direction of, as much as I like the word empower, it's the community empowers the community. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm like, well, let's just make this more direct and more economical. So for me, I go in the direction of hashtag one LISD collaborates to cultivate the most sought after graduates in the state of Texas, or from the state of Texas, as you suggested. So something along those lines. That's more than you asked, but.
That's some good noodling right there, Aaron.
Alexis, I wanted to make sure we hear from you
Sorry,
as well.
I was deeply taking notes. So.
That's okay. That's all right.
Because when Aaron first started talking about it, the second LISD being in there, I was trying to play with, like, do we replace our LISD, that second one, with every or all or something, and not change empower, but so it'd be like one LISD will empower every life changer to cultivate, or all life changers to cultivate.
Thank you for that. That just helps, just again, we're, having that dialogue and getting to hear people's perspective. It just helps get us to that final statement. So another question that we have for you is, as we were reading over these and really looking at that future and what we're trying to create here. So a question we have is, when you think about, and I'll start with even the first statement, so will empower all students and life changers to achieve their maximum potential. I'm curious, in order to do what? What's the impact beyond when they leave here? As you think about cultivating the most sought after graduates in the state of Texas or from the state of Texas, in order to do what? And how would you answer that?
Change the world. Yeah, I really, seriously, thank you. I was going to say transform the world, but changes, that works. Yep. Go, Alexis.
I also think of quality of life for them and their families, right? There's what they can do in the world, but there's also what it means for them and those around them.
I I think they're hanging on and doing a great job. I think I'm hanging on too.
Yes. Yeah, so I think, just as you think about that, is that something that's important to embed in the vision statement as you think about what we are trying to build and create, right? That it is about not necessarily just students while they're in our system, but really thinking about their impact on the world. And so we just wanted to throw that out for something just to noodle on and just for consideration.
Are we wanting to try to adopt final wording tonight? I know that's what y'all hoped, but I'm just wondering if we might be able to move
So
this to
that
the
leads
next
to
meeting.
this next part, and that is, we know it's late. And so really we wanted to bring 3 options to you all. The first one would be to continue and try to draft a final statement tonight. The second would be if a couple, 2 or 3 of you would like to partner with us and take all of this great feedback that you offered this evening and our storyboard over there and draft something to bring it back another time. Or the third option would be you would like Sarah and I to take all of this feedback, draft something, and bring it back. So those are kind of the 3 options we wanted to bring to you.
All right, so I'm not really leaning towards the one, hash it out tonight. Okay, good. We got, okay, so now we got option 2 and 3. 2 and 3 is 2. Here's the thing. Is there anybody who really wants to work on this? Otherwise, and not really wants to, but who feels like they can? Aaron feels like, okay. All right, Aaron and Anna? All right, there you go.
Awesome.
See? Solved. Thank y'all.
So
we're moving through it. Keep us going.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We'll reach out to both of you and follow up about next steps. All right.
Can I just add that we'll reach out to Gloria and ask her too, if she's
Yes,
interested?
please. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, we are now moving on to conduct Region 13 Education Service Center Board of Directors election for place 7. I remember when I saw this item, I said, really, how long will this take? But it's an individual item.
It is an individual item. It has to be conducted in the board meeting. I have to observe you doing it. You have to then place your ballot inside the secret envelope. Send those secret envelopes to me. I will collect them right now, and then I will sign off on the fact that you did it correctly, and we will send your secret ballots into Region 13. So if you would conduct that now, please, we'd appreciate it greatly.
Do I need to seal it, or can I just do it like that? Okay. All right, y'all are getting really giggly over there. Okay. Yeah. We might try to take a few minutes break in just a bit. Let's, though, at least finish our governance section of the agenda. Are we, oh wait, Donna's still waiting. We can't, yeah, we have to wait. So, no worries.
In my 10 years, I don't think we've done this way, or I haven't, and so I was expecting this to go a little bit differently, so I apologize.
No, no worries at all. And I've never seen it done this way either, to be honest. But those were the clear instructions.
All right, thank you, board members, so much. Appreciate that. And we'll move on to our governance item B4, consider approval of the superintendent evaluation tool.
All right, good evening again. We are, yes, still before midnight. So if you recall, the same night that we started the vision work, we also had a consultant from TASB come and work with you, starting to look at the superintendent evaluation tool. There's the 3 parts that he worked through. That first part is the student performance, which he talked about the House Bill 3 goals that are embedded in that. And then y'all engaged in a process to work through and identify 3 goals that you want to have in the evaluation tool. And then also looking at that part 3, some of those other components, which ones did you want to have included in here versus not? And then we were tasked with taking all of that feedback and putting it into a final document, which we are bringing here tonight for your consideration. So I did get feedback from each of you about what you felt like was important to include in the evaluation tool, and so that is reflected here, along with proposed key indicators for those goals. And so just want to see any feedback that you may have about those. And then, like I said, it is here for consideration of approval.
Board members, this should mirror our discussion, so it is hopefully just the formal writing of all of our discussions. So hopefully as you look through it, nothing is a surprise. If you're in agreement with that, and please take your few moments to go through it, then we need a motion to approve it. If you're looking at it and it looks new, or we need to hold something, we can always move it to another agenda. So,
Just a point of clarification. I know we discussed high-level objectives with our consultant, but this is the first time that this material has been presented or considered at this level of detail for those 3 specific items that we identified in that session. So my recommendation would be that we take action at the next meeting, if that's okay, to give us time to ask our questions around the detail that's been added to those 3 items, and knowing that it's as late as it is, maybe doing that with Dr. Gearing directly or through other means between this meeting and the next, as the case may be.
Aaron sent up a suggestion, board members?
I agree.
Okay.
I agree too.
Awesome. We're going to go ahead then, move this to our next agenda item. Board members, it would be great if we could prove this, though, on our next agenda item, so please do reach out. And we will move forward on to our next, no, I said we'd take a break. Board members, do you want to take a break or you want to keep going? Keep going? Keep going. Okay, operations, discussion of the food service management contract renewal.
Good evening. Here to talk real briefly about our extension or the recommendation for our food service contract with Southwest Food of Excellence. SFE, as we call them, has done a great job. We're in our 3rd year of a contract renewal, and back from 2018 was our first year when we went out for a request for proposals. So this would be an extension as our recommendation to the board. So this is just discussion tonight, no action items until the next meeting is what we're asking for.
We used to have some items on there to kind of talk about what criteria or what benchmarks or what things SFE or whoever that agency was, I think it's been SFE for the last few times, have met in their contract, and that's not in here anymore. Can we just get something that lets us to be like, yeah, here were the items and here's how they met it?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to say the same thing. Yes, ma'am, we can put that together and make sure that it's in a Friday memo.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? All right, thank you so much. Well, yeah, I do have one more question. When you get us that Friday memo, is there going to be anything that was deficient? Or are they going to have met all the criteria as you tell us?
It's a difficult year that we're living in, and of course with COVID and some of the financial situations that we are in, and so I can't guarantee that we may have met all the different criteria, but I do know the work that we have been doing with SFE and working together to maintain strong financial relationships with them and with the district is a strong relationship. So I can't guarantee that we may have met all criteria because of just the time that we're in, but the work that they have done, the services they have provided for our students has been exceptional in this very difficult year.
That is excellent detail. Thank you so much. I also think then board members, when you see the report, if you have questions, reach out to John. And I'm so impressed with the way SFE has been able to provide for our students through winter storms, spring break. I mean, it's just been amazing. So thank you all so much. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah. All right. Thank y'all so much.
So it is SFE. They do, the ladies in the back do an amazing job, and they actually had a clean audit this week for TDA, so
Yay!
Even more good news.
That is good news. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much, seriously. All right, we'll move on to our next item. Review of the 2021-2022 hazardous routes.
So that's us again. We have with us Myron Wilson, our transportation director, so I wanted to welcome him. But another fun topic to talk about in hazardous routes. So if you will indulge us just real quickly, we have a short presentation to talk about our feedback and the process that we are bringing to you tonight. So we look at this process each and every year, and it's a very detailed process that goes into a specific timeline. So just a little bit of background information. Jimmy and his team back in 2019 worked on a scoring matrix to improve the clarity and distinction of how we come to the findings that we do for hazardous routes. So the current year timeline, December the 7th, families were notified, and we actually take in feedback from families, drivers, any of our monitors or team leads throughout the entire year. So it's not just this narrow window where we're looking at specific areas or any of the routes that may be changing, but we actually take feedback. And Myron told me a number of over 500 individual comments about different things and for items for us to look at. But December 7th was the official window. Family shared the feedback, and some of that is what's in the presentation. So then January 19th through the February 12th window, the district staff actually went out and walked and reevaluated each and every one of these areas to verify, to make sure nothing had changed. And so Myron's going to tell you a little bit of detail because he understands it a lot better than I do about how we actually get to the matrix and what actually qualifies for some of those things.
Yes, well, thank you, guys. Good morning, everyone. Hey, I was hoping to get to say that. Hey, but the approved scoring matrix is used for us to score the students' walking routes to determine if they meet the criteria for busing if they are within the 2 miles of their campus. And with that being said, the state provides funding for all schools for students from the campuses that are 2 or more miles from their home. And in Leander, families living closer than 2 miles than their assigned school are in what we refer to as the not eligible for transportation zone or the net zone. And students in the net zone only provided bus service if their route to school is rated as hazardous.
Doesn't want to, oh, there we go.
So there's some automatic qualifiers, routes in the net zone that automatically qualify for bus service when they meet any of the following criteria. The walk path crosses arterial street or highway without controls, which is like a signal, a stop sign, or a crosswalk, or anything like that, and or the walk path aligns alongside a road with a speed limit of more than 45 miles per hour. Or lastly, or a walk path that crosses a railroad crossing would be an automatic qualifier for busing as a result of being considered hazardous.
So there are currently 24 areas that are receiving transportation services in that net zone. And then there's 18 areas that do not receive transportation because they don't have a high enough score to meet some of that. So we do provide safe walking paths for these areas, and those are really the ones that we go back and check because we want to make sure our students are safe as they're making their way to their schools. So the next couple of slides, and I won't read each one, but these are actual comments that came in off of the Let's Talk from our community members, parents, and so with those, we went out and walked each of these individual neighborhood codes for these elementaries and looked at, was there a change in score? Were there anything that changed along those pathways to ensure that what was being reported was actually factual, or if we needed to reevaluate, was there any change? And so some of these you'll see that there actually is a difference in scores because some of the things may have changed, like for instance, Whitestone here, an addition of a commercial driveway. So we've added those notes in with each of these individual areas. Is there any questions specific to any of these? I won't read each one for you.
You might have said this at the beginning, but I didn't catch it. What is the score that deems it? What's the number?
475.
Okay, thank you.
For Wiley Middle School, will Stewart Crossing be included in that because they're across the street from Maribel Community?
Yes, ma'am. And so if you look there at the Wiley Middle School slide, that neighborhood has grown in some of the feedback. So we're recommending no changes to any of the other sites, except we are adding an additional stop within that Maribel neighborhood, and that Stewart Crossing is right in there together. And that is due to the construction that is coming at some point down Raider Way at some point. And then the last piece is with Tarvin Now, and if you've driven out there or been around the new middle or the new elementary school, and I think y'all just visited, notice that there is a lot of construction still happening. And so right now, as it sits, we're going to continue to monitor those areas, but that net zone would incorporate 1178 and 1185, those neighborhoods. But we're not at a point where we can say exactly what it's going to look like as we open up schools. And so not to jump the gun and make sure that our students are able to get there in a safe manner and we have the right safe walking pathways, we will continue to communicate with those families in the community there to ensure that we've got all those things in place as we get closer to school opening in August. Okay. Any questions?
I do have a question about the Cedar Park Middle School NBCD 3075 findings. The new score is a 300 out of all the routes that are on this list. Is that the highest score?
Don't know that is. No, Whitestone has a score of 350.
Okay. And then the cutoff number, number that is?
Is 475.
475.
Yes, ma'am.
So out of the entire district, just make sure I have this right though, out of the entire district, there are only 18 areas that are eligible for transportation that do, well, not eligible, that are
in the net zone
in the net zone
that do not receive.
Thank you for helping with the language.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It took me a while to make sure I got all that stuff right too.
Yep. Any other questions, board members?
Okay, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And will this be on an action item for our next meeting? Okay. All right, we're moving on. We have done operations item 3 and 4. See, you got so early, now you have to get really late for the rest of your items. So we are on item 5 of C, the 2021-2022 budget development update.
Good morning again. So we are going to look at where the 21-22 budget is at this point. Before we get into the numbers, what has happened since the January projections? We have finalized the campus allocations, and we'll talk about some of the changes we made there. All of the department requests have come in, and they did a fine job requesting money this year. And HR and finance have been able to get together and narrow down the exact number of staffing needed for the lower enrollment number that we're using. So with that, we'll move to the attachment and the actual numbers. So what you have is the first column that shows where we were in January with our projections. And then the next column is where the budget stands right now based on everything that's been submitted and requested. So this is by no means finished. It's still a work in progress, but this is just to update you on where we are. So in the area of revenues, you will see revenues have gone down about $254,000. This is simply a function of us receiving the state property values at the end of January. And so that affected the gain on the disaster penny slightly. Not the direction we want to go, but that's where it is. And then when we get to the expenditures, there's a lot of numbers here. So not necessarily going through all of these, but try to recap for you. So payroll is about 1.3 million higher than we projected. And most of this is tied back to when we did the projections in January. We were guessing the staffing needs based on the lower enrollment number. Remember, we had to determine grade level numbers on our own without PASS's help. And so since January, we've gone through that and scrubbed it. And so we're not able to cut as many pre-K positions. And then we weren't able to cut as many K through 12 positions, but we offset that by reducing all of the contingencies in the budget. So right now, the payroll number is 1.3 million higher than what we projected. Then if we move to the next page, departments requested 1.6 million more than what we had projected. A large chunk of that is related to keeping the higher MERV filters in our buildings. I will say that the new federal stimulus money specifically spells out indoor quality. So now we're just waiting to see how TEA will distribute those funds to us. So there's a potential to offset that increase with those federal funds. Departments, of course, added back travel, so that's part of that increase as well. And then in January, we did not include the increase for the contracted substitute budget. So we're budgeting a total of 5.7 for contract substitutes. We are going to get with HR and they may have already had this meeting, but see if we can budget at something less than 100% fill rate to start the year with. And so you can see overall expenditures are 6.7 million, or the total difference, the expenditures are 8 million more. The total difference right now is 6 million, so that results from operations deficit grew from just under 15 million to under 22 million. So we told you we would go and look at making reductions. And so at the bottom of page 2, you can see that the staffing reductions I've identified to date total about 2.8 million. On page 3, you have a very high level breakdown of what those positions look like, but we're not going to go there yet. So in January, we were looking for right about $3 million to reduce in the budget to get to the 5% parameter that was approved under the assumptions. Now, including those reductions to So now we're at 10 million. We include the reductions that we've identified. I'm still looking for 7 million. So that's a big number. So we are looking for what can we reduce at this point to eliminate that 7 million. And so some of the things that we have identified, we've asked departments to go back and scrub their budgets and look for things that they requested and see what they can trim. And right now that number is at 400,000. Again, looking at not budgeting for the subs at 100%, we think we might can trim that by $1 million. If we get news of some federal stimulus money, we could offset the cost of those filters, plus probably even more on this budget. So the timing of knowing when we're going to get the stimulus allocation from TEA and what limitations they're going to put on that is really critical for our budget right now. Some other options that are just out there that we're not recommending right now is potentially an additional disaster penny, a change to the 2% raise to something different, additional staff cuts, or looking at budgeting at a higher enrollment number than what we started with in January. So if you recall, in January, cases were spiking, vaccines were not getting out. It still looked very gloomy as far as what the fall looked like. Since then, the vaccine distribution has ramped up. We've received information from another demographer besides PASA, who's also projecting record growth in enrollment across the state. And so tomorrow, the area CFOs, we're having our meeting, and I'm going to ask them, are you increasing your enrollment projections at this point? Are you still backing off like we all were in January? See what the feel of the area is. And Aaron, I see that you have a question.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised given what I think we're seeing in the real estate market, where there's limited stock. I think there's definitely the demand, but I don't see how it gets fulfilled given the stock that's in the market right now.
And I don't think all of our growth that's projected, though, is from people moving in. It's the younger families that are already here that didn't bring their kids to school this year. So if you'll remember, this year our enrollment is down in pre-K and kindergarten and first grade. So if those kids that are already in the district that just didn't come to school this year enroll next year, that will bring part of the growth. But you're right, the real estate market is.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the top line growth from year to year that I don't know how the demographer is going to estimate that given the market conditions. That's kind of outside their normal domain. I guess they'll talk to the builders and developers, but I've got to think there are material disruptions there given supply issues they're having and whatnot.
I think so. PASA had given us an 8% growth number, and we said that we don't believe that, so we put it at 3%. But then we listened to Templeton, and Templeton is painting a very similar picture to PASA, and so we have to just start paying attention to that. So what we're trying to do is get as early an indicator as possible and so we're pushing our SIS to get our enrollment verification out as early as possible so that we can start to try to nail down commitment from our families for next year to get a better indicator of where this growth number might be. So right now we've still got it set at 3%, but I think we do have to look at that carefully.
When does the enrollment verification, when are y'all planning on sending that out?
So Jason is working on that right now. The last I heard, and he can verify this, was sometime early in April.
And then our kindergarten roundups going on currently, correct?
Correct. Those are at the end of March and in the beginning of April.
Dr. Gehring, in the superintendent report, unless you think it's an agenda item, maybe could you, whichever place you think is more advantageous for discussion, but I think it would be good for the board to hear an update on how we're doing on those numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
So all this to say, enrollment is still a very key figure to all of this picture, and it's still very much up in the air. And so April 8th, plan on bringing you a scenario under the demographer's projections to see what the budget would look like if all of the kids did show up compared to what we're budgeting at right now. Because of this 7 million that we're looking for, I think I can easily trim 3.5, but after that, we're gonna have to look at deeper staffing cuts. And so what we've identified so far on page 3, you can see so I split this up because when we received these cuts, there were notes of, I can make this a permanent cut, or I would like to add this back when funding returns. And so you can see most of the cuts are in the category of, we really like to add this position back when funding is restored. And so at the campus level, we're talking about 1.83 million in reductions. And if you look at the bottom part of that page, that equates to just under 1% of the total campus budget. Central office has offered up some substantial cuts at just under $1 million at $841,000. That's 3.7% of our payroll for central office, and so that's gonna hurt. One position we've identified we can move to federal funds, and then some auxiliary savings. So this is where we are right now. We're by no means finished. This is where the real hard work begins now to get the budget to a level that the board is comfortable approving by June and having a pretty final number in May.
So just to clarify, you said that you could, I think you said easily cut 3.5 million. I just want to point out that there's no easy cutting out of any of this. And so that 2.8 million that's gone out already has taken us a lot of work to get to. We're trying to make sure that we impact students as little as possible in this process, and also balance the fact that there is this possibility of more students showing up next year than what we will project for budget purposes. And how do we handle that if that happens, not only on the budget side, but also on the facility side. So we'll continue to work on all of those pieces. I think there are some other options that Elaine mentioned earlier. I just want you to keep in the back of your mind as well. There are other tools and other ways of doing this other than just cutting. And so I want us to just make sure that we keep those in mind as we progress through the next couple of months.
I would also like to point out that Elaine's going to be bringing us an update on staffing at our next meeting as well. So
yes, putting the final touches on that. I do want to back up. I think it's important to point out on the campus allocations, you'll notice in the numbers that there was an increase in the campus allocation cost based on compared to what we originally projected. We really looked at how we're allocating funds for fine arts programs and the consistency among campuses. And so the middle school fine arts programs are moving under control of the fine arts department like the high school is. And we've worked to standardize those allocations so that every campus gets the same amount and isn't relying on fundraisers to fund the basic program of those programs. And at the elementary level, we've done the same thing for PE, performing arts, and art, standardizing an allocation and making sure the campus spends an equitable amount across the district. So we've created some additional pots of money for campuses that have to be spent on those programs. So I just wanted to make sure that you see that.
Are we factoring back in rentals for next year of facilities?
So right now, we're still budgeting very little for rentals. And so if those come back, of course, that would bring some additional monies. But on the local revenues, we're still being very conservative on athletic gate receipts, rentals, and obviously interest income. I don't see that coming back.
So this is true in a lot of areas, but it's very true here. So I just want to thank Elaine for the work she's doing. She makes this look very easy. It's very complex, and there's a ton of things that have happened behind the scenes to get to this point in time. So I just want to say thank you for that work, and I know your team is doing a lot of behind the scenes work as well.
Lots of work, yes. And super excited that we're doing it in Munis now, and we can run reports, and it's not all on a spreadsheet.
So Elaine, during our CTSBA virtual town halls and some of our board members have been able to join the meetings. I know Anna was at our most recent one. We had a discussion on the federal stimulus dollars, right? And the question is, can we just get them to the districts where we've spent the money and we need the money? I'm curious though, because it's confusing. I think there's an ESSER 1, that's already gone, ESSER 2. So am I correct? It's ESSER 3 is still out, we don't have on, and then there's another one, and that's the one that districts are like really focusing on because ESSER 3 has already come. Can you help me use the same language or vocabulary that you're using so I can make sure I use it when I'm talking to lawmakers as well?
I actually am working on a report of this for the next meeting. I was just over there typing up so there's ESSER 1 that was supplanted that replaced our state aid, so that was $0 to us and a lot of administrative headache, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna get on my soapbox on that every opportunity I have. ESSER 2, which we still haven't seen any of, and then this new ESSER 3 that is, the feds are saying give directly to the LEAs, and now our state legislature is trying to figure out how to not do that, it sounds like, and we're hearing more and more that TEA will use it to supplant state aid for the hold harmless. And so we are allocated just over $7 million in ESSER 3 according to our Title I allocations, but that may not necessarily correlate to what we get. And so in the fall, the biggest source of funding we received was partnering with Williamson County, on their CRF, their Corona Relief Fund, and getting over $2 million through that. And so that was our biggest source of relief. And so we really need to see some of this money from this round of stimulus. And so I was planning on bringing a report to the board next meeting to show you what we've received so far, how it was spent, what's in the pipeline. And we still have no idea when we might get those funds or how we're going to be required to use them.
You're doing a tremendous amount of work here, but anything, I mean, I'm not asking y'all to go to a lot of additional trouble, but if there's something you could bring to us on that federal stimulus, that would be tremendous.
Yes, all the information is starting to trickle in now, and so there's more information, and I've sat in 2 webinars this week about it, and we're all just like waiting.
Well, I can tell you your Texas trustees are talking and saying we would like the dollars to come to us. So any information that you can give us to help bolster that information. And I also appreciate all the work that y'all have been doing. So thank you so much.
If you have President Biden's phone number, I'd like to call him and tell him to tell our state to leave us alone.
All right, board members, any other questions or phone numbers? Okay. All right, Elaine, you're still up. On to business and finance monthly reports.
So I want to focus on our current year budget and where we are. And we've added another scenario. So we have one now of where we would potentially end the current year without hold harmless and one with hold harmless. And you might say, well, why do we have 2? We're not guaranteed to get hold harmless. It is going to be tied to our six-week in-person attendance. We have to have at least 48.5%, I believe, in person for the average of the six weeks. So we won't know until school is over if we qualify for the hold harmless. So those numbers that Dr. Gehring presented earlier of who's in person and who's not, we want to see that in-person number climb every time we show you those numbers. It's about $8 million. And so you can see in the first scenario, if we do not get hold harmless, then our revenues are just over $9 million less than what we are budgeted at. We are seeing some significant savings in expenditures, especially in the area of payroll because of the lower enrollment. Remember, we built the budget staffing for 22-to-1 at the elementary, and we staffed on a much higher enrollment number. And so because enrollment is lower, those positions are not filled. And so we're seeing other savings as well. And so bottom line, what is without hold harmless, Right now, our projections show we would end the year with a $23 million deficit. With hold harmless, on the second page, our revenues are just under $1 million less than where we budgeted. Same number of expenditures, but that deficit goes down to 15 million. And so we are still being very conservative in our expenditure estimates. And so with hold harmless, I feel very comfortable that our deficit for this year would be 15 million or less, barring anything crazy happening between now and June, because if I haven't learned my lesson about trying to make predictions, then shame on me, but the current budget looks much better with hold harmless, and so we're doing everything we can to make sure we get kids in school so we can meet those requirements.
What percentage were we at now?
48.5.
We're at 48.5 right now?
Right now, no. We were at 48.5 at snapshot, and so that's where we have to be at least at on average for the six weeks for 13 days.
Got it.
The last time I did the calculation, Christine, we were just over 50%, but I haven't done it on the new numbers that were shown tonight.
Board members, any other questions? All right, Elaine?
I have just a comment. I found my glasses. Yeah, found my glasses.
All right, anything else? Okay. Is there, oh yeah, there are more things on here. B, C, D, and E, just take them as you will.
Just the normal monthly reports. I'll just point out, last month, our tax collections were still trending behind last year's. That did catch up in February, and so we're just less than 0.5% different from where we were last year, so that did turn around, and so we'll continue to monitor that. They're going to go into the delinquent column here pretty soon, but and then we do have an entity meeting with WCAD on Monday. I don't know if they'll give us any insight into what they're expecting for property value growth, but we'll participate in that conversation on Monday.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to elementary 29 discussion, item 7. We are almost through a very heavy, robust agenda, but a lot of good work was done.
Good morning. Madam President and board members, tonight we're going to talk about elementary 29, and I know back in October when you first talked about starting the design for 29, we'd be coming back with you and discussing and making a decision whether to start construction or not. And so we're not doing that tonight, but I did want to provide you some information about the possible scenarios of where we would be with or without the school, and then also whether students, the missing students, show up or they don't. So just to provide you some more information. So next month when our GMP does come to the board, you have some more information to try to make that decision. So, just to make sure everybody realizes, we're still 16 months out from needing the school, but that's the window we need to start construction. We're still dealing with COVID delays or the slowness of COVID. And so we would, if we want to get the campus in that June timeframe, we need to be starting our construction process, making a decision next month. And so we will be bringing that to you, just to let you know. What I've tried to do here is, looking at the bottom, you can see, if we assume the school is going to open in August of 2022, then at the top, what I was trying to show is, if all the students did return, all the missing students, you can see, looking at the first 3 columns up here, you can see from Larkspur is actually 44 students over projection for this year, and Plain is 148 under. And so if you carry that forward, the projected for 21-22 and then also for 22-23, what the students would be. Next year, if everybody showed up, you'd be sitting, Larkspur would be sitting just over 900 as well as Plain. In the following year, if we were to start construction and open elementary 29, then you'd be sitting at, Larkspur would drop to 722 and Plain would only drop to 848, and then elementary 29 be at 512. And you might be asking, you know, opening school, why is Plain still so large? One reason is with the trying to minimize the changes of zoning for parents, Plain gets relief 2 years after that. Elementary 32 is scheduled, and so that's what really is going to give Plain relief. And so we didn't want to move the parents and then 2 years later move them back again, and so, or move them again. So that's sort of the reasoning behind that. And on the bottom, you know, worst case, if the missing students of this year don't show up, what would we, and we start the construction and still have to open it in August of 2022, you can see now, you know, the projection is 919 for Larkspur, but they're 44 students over. So we're assuming their growth still happens and they maintain their 44 students. They'd be at 963 next year, and then you can see what happens to Plain, 929, they'd drop to 781. But in the following year, when the elementary 29 would open, you would, now you can see with the COVID impact, if the missing students didn't show up, you'd still have Larkspur at 766, Plain would drop to 700, and elementary 29 would still be at 512. And those are still healthy numbers, you know, to open schools. And then the next slide, what we tried to do is said, okay, if we do delay the school a year and open in August 2023, what would the numbers look like? And so again, at the top, if all the students return, you can see on the far right column up there, if all the students do return, they're projected, both schools that year before 29 opens would be over 1,000 students in Larkspur and Plain. And then below that, we said, okay, if the students don't return, and you can see Larkspur would still be at just over 1,050, and then Plain would still have 900 students in their campus. And then we wanted to try to, you know, just to give you some financial information, if we do delay 29 a year, you can see it's estimated, depending on whether we have to buy portables or use existing, anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million in portable cost for those two schools. And also, construction inflation is estimated at $2.6 million by delaying it a year. And of course, if the growth does materialize, then in 2023 and 24, we're projected to open 3 elementary schools that year, which financially, from an operational standpoint, may be impossible. And so, and as Elaine had mentioned, you know, with the Templeton forecasting record number of students, most of those, the missing students coming back with additional growth, it's very possible we could be in that situation. So, any questions?
Board members? For clarification, if we adopt the GMP that comes before us, then we're saying we want to move forward with elementary 29. If we voted it down, then we're saying we don't want to move forward
exactly.
with 29. And then, I'm not sure, board members, if you remember, or Jimmy remembers, or somebody remembers, is 29, when we adopt the GMP, we're adopting it matching the footprint or model that we already have?
Yes.
Was this the elementary that was discussed, or was there a school that was discussed that was going to be designed different for enrollment size? I cannot remember.
This was going to be discussed with the elementary subcommittee. We'll be discussing school sizes at that subcommittee about, do we want to increase the size of our schools? Of course, Elementary 29 in Bryson, the site is so small, you wouldn't be able to increase the footprint on that site. It's 15 acres, and so it's, unless you want to go to 3 or 4 stories, that would be our choice, which causes a lot of other issues in an elementary school.
So the, so the committee's going to talk about a bigger footprint, but they can't talk about it for 29? I'm sorry.
Right, 29's designed right now.
So
And
29's already designed.
Yeah.
So that wasn't the one we were talking about that you're.
No, the one we were talking about was 31, I believe, which is going to relieve Parkside and that side of the district. Jimmy, am I correct?
30 will be over,
Or 30?
or 31 is the Rancho Brushy Creek area and Treviso.
Okay. And I'm not saying we do or we don't want anything. I'm just trying to make sure I remember kind of the order of what the, when the board
Yeah,
said
and
they
so
wanted that
the reason
discussion.
Jimmy's saying that's in CFAC right now, that's part of that elementary subcommittee discussion.
Got it.
Because that will impact the design of those new schools. This school's already been designed.
Okay.
So it would influence at the earliest elementary 30.
Okay.
And so we want to have those discussions. Where does it make sense to actually look at larger schools?
All right.
And
If
just
it
flip
does.
back one, Jimmy, I just want to point out on the growth on that last bullet, that growth is not only in 21, 22, because if we delay this, that growth could not come in 21, 22, but if it comes in 22, 23, then we still could potentially have those 1,000 students at each of these 2 schools in 22, 23.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jimmy. While you're up there, I think you get to close this out, at least for open for a bit.
Yeah.
General construction update.
Well, that's loading. I did want to mention, as Dr. Gary mentioned earlier, looking at facilities, for next year, the portable situation with trying to use a crystal ball and guess how many students are coming back really makes it challenging to get portables in place at the right place. And of course, when we're looking at portables, just so everybody knows, it's a good 2 to 3 month process when you say, I need a portable at this campus, for us to go through permitting, get it set up to get moved, and then also get everything connected back in. And so, we're getting to a critical point of having to make some decisions on portables at the schools for next year and trying to decide how many students are coming back. And so it's really a challenge for next year in those portable outlays. Tarvin Elementary School, they, from the winter storms, they had lost, 12 to 14 days, and they have made up, probably 8 or 9 of those days already. They're working 10-hour shifts and, really pushing it and making up some good time. And so we're still looking to hopefully get furniture to start showing up on the site in mid-June, and then have the administrative staff start moving in right after the 4th of July break is our goal. And if anyone that wasn't able to make it wants to get a tour, just let us know. We're more than happy to get you out there. Cedar Park Middle School, as we said for the last few months, we're about to kick it off and do our final phase there this summer. Steiner Ranch is in the same situation, the final phase there. And so Vista Ridge, our goal was to complete that over spring break, but the contractor had trouble getting a security subcontractor to complete the work. And so we paused it until right after the end of school to get that work completed there. And I did include a summary of some of the repairs across the district and various campuses. And so it's just a snapshot. It's not final, because since then we've been getting more updates on quotes on some of the repairs. And so we'll continue to update this and provide it each month for you.
Mason Library isn't in here. Can you give us an update on that?
The Mason Library itself, the mold that was mentioned tonight was actually in one spot in an office area, and the cause of it, when the carpet was wet and they were drying it out, there was a wicker basket that was on the carpet, which wicked up moisture, and the toys inside it also got the mold from that. And if you've seen a picture that's been floating around, it looks almost like a waffle iron was sitting on the carpet. You can see the outlay of the wicker basket. And so they did come back out and re-clean that part of the carpet, and just to help out, they went ahead and cleaned down the hallway and into the library just as a safeguard, and put an antimicrobial agent on the carpet. The carpet itself, I know everybody has said we need to replace it, but one of the things we do is it's a rubber back carpet, seams are welded, you won't get moisture under it. Back in, I think it was mid-90s, Whitestone had a 3-inch water line break on the first floor and dumped 17,000 gallons of water on that floor and flooded the first floor of that wing. And so same thing happened. Everybody wanted the carpet out, and we weren't going to, and then we ended up pulling it out. It was totally dry underneath. And so it was a lot of delay in, of course, getting the product and then also getting it put back in. And so that carpet doesn't allow the moisture under, and that's why we buy that carpet, because if you do have moisture, you don't have mold growing. The only thing you have is surface mold, which doesn't mean you have to replace it. You just clean it and dry it back out. And so that's the good part about the carpet. And the library itself, they have, been dried out, and the bookshelves are back in place now. They were March 10th, and so it's just a matter of getting the books separated and dried out, or pulled out of the boxes and get them on the shelves and test. They're supposed to inspect them to find out what's damaged and what's not. And once they do that, then they can, get the insurance claim taken care of. And as far as the shelving, I will say they have some stains on the furniture, the grain of the wood, and some of the bowing. That's actually normal. If you go to camps that don't have flood damage and pull those out, you'll see the same bowing effects on those braces. So it's not just that mason. That's a normal aspect of the shelving, the braces. But they are, about done. They're going to finish the stairwell. That's the only part of mason that's not done, is the stairwell, and they're going to replace the sheetrock there. But that's sort of sealed off and just keeping, kids out of that area.
And Jimmy, is it true that we've had TASB, the insurance adjusters, have been out and examined all of this, and we're working together with them on what is adequate to put back in the building and what is not, correct?
Yes. They've been out there twice that I know of.
All right, board members, anything else? All right, Jimmy, thank you so much. That concludes that agenda portion. We will now be moving into closed session. It is 12:48, not quite 1 a.m. We're going into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties of a public officer or employee. And Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. There will be no action in closed session. We will return to open session for any action. All right, board members, it is 1:03 in the morning and we are back into open session. Are there any items? Motions from closed.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies contract Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
I second. I can't even think.
Motion from Jim, second from Anna. All those in favor, raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with salary scale policies and contract of the Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
Motion from Jim, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. There's no objection, board. We will adjourn.